Welcome to the Beacon Duo League. The community asked and Beacon has delivered. We are so excited to be bringing you over the next few weeks. The biggest duo competition of 2025 so far. We'll wait and see what the rest of the year brings. We are looking forward to this one. And for week one on this opening analyst desk, I am joined by Boney. Welcome back, a regular here at Beacon at this point.
Yeah, good to be back once again. I mean, it's the third iteration, to call it that. First, obviously, of the duo league of sorts, and I'm just psyched and thrilled to get into it. First week of actual league play. I'm psyched.
Yeah, and joining us as our guest analyst this week, we are delighted to have Copro. Copro, welcome to the Beacon stream. How are you feeling about this week?
Feeling excited, man. I'm really happy to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to come on here. It's really fun.
Yeah, well, we're going to make you work for that opportunity, going to make you work for your appearance a little bit. And I suppose we might as well dive right on into it. And let's talk a little bit about this tournament. Because, of course, it is the duo format, but we are still running the classic Beacon 2 divisions. I want to start by talking about some of the teams that are going to be making appearances in Division 2 of the Beacon Duo League. Copro, first of all, 5W, Jan and Marsley. They did miss out on Div 1. I think there was a lot of people maybe expecting them to make Div 1. Were they themselves, I think, expecting to make Div 1?
Yeah, I think so. I've, seen them chat a bit in Discords and stuff and talked to them privately, and I think they had a very big expectations on them to reach Div 1, and I'm kind of curious how that translates into matches now, if they're gonna, maybe not prac as much as they maybe would have if they got Div 1, or if they're actually gonna go hard and try to win Div 2.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as always with Beacon, there is going to be that kind of promotion relegation at the end of the season. So getting towards those top spots in Division 2, definitely going to help out with that and the goal of potentially moving up to Division 1 if that's where they feel they belong. Speaking of other teams where, I don't know if it's a surprise or not to see this squad in Division 2, Boney, the Puff Bros, the team of Pack and Spam. I mean, two absolute legends of the game, names that everyone will know, sitting here in Div 2.
Yeah. I mean, Carl Jr., as the pseudo coach, as some may have caught during the live streams of that. But yeah, ending up in division number 2. I mean, it is one of those things where you could imagine two players of that caliber to be at, Div 1 level. Though, I think where Spam hasn't really been as active in just competitive play, Pack has been. But from the things that I've seen, just, outside of watching in general, Spam's been putting out a lot of content, and I think for those who have watched like his discovery of the tracks, he definitely wasn't as comfortable playing the tracks as he was. So I don't think, Div 1 would have been amazing, but I think he's plenty happy to be in Div 2.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know, Spam's retirement, a little bit almost of a meme, I think, at this point. I feel like he's almost been playing more competitions since he retired than before he retired. Obviously did very well in the Red Bull Faster that happened recently. And here in Division 2 of the Beacon Duo League, we'll see how those two get on. Going to be very interesting. One more team I want to touch on there. Obviously, 8 teams in Division 2, 16 players total. We can't talk about all of them right now. We'll get to them over the course of the competition. But Copro, a name that lots of people will recognize, but some people may not realize, Big Selecta is not the main big roster. That is not Grenadi and Massa.
Yeah, it's Letzter and Yami, and I think Letzter has shown himself to be a really, really strong player, and Yami's new on the scene and also like really, really strong. So I'm interested because they have, of course, a lot of pressure on them now, representing a very big org. No pun intended.
I'll take it. I'll take those puns.
So yeah, I'm interested how they're gonna play under that pressure. I have high hopes.
Absolutely, that is the Academy squad for Big, recently joining the org, and as you say, a lot of pressure on them to potentially deliver in their first major competition, especially as a team. Moving on then to look at Division 1, where the action did kick off last night. Nemesis unable to play their matches today, did play both of their matches last night, and Copro, as a start to the tournament for Nemesis goes, having played all of their week 1 matches, it probably couldn't have gone much better.
They only dropped one map on Orbit, I think, and they looked so strong. Paco and Mime are just on another level, I would almost say, but we have yet to see the other team, but they're looking extremely strong.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what the rest of the quality looks like across Division 1, but 2 matches having played 10 maps and they won 9 out of the 10 is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Of course, we will talk a little bit more about the format as we get into the first match as well. We'll leave that to the casters a little bit. I think easier to explain once we're actually in the game there as well, but it is kind of the classic Trackmania World Tour duo format with a little bit of extra scoring for the league phase as we get into it as well there. But for now, Boney, I am going to ask you about another Div 1 team. I'd love you to talk to me a little bit about Orcs GP Nummawops, because to me, I'm looking down, I'm watching this team, and I simply have no idea where they're going to end up finishing in Div 1.
Yeah, I think Boss Best Tween, both great players in their own right, but both also having those upsetting moments where you feel that they are underperforming, whether it's pressure, whether it's just, the first Equinox just not aligning perfectly. It could go either way. It's one of those first to last, and I'm just curious to see the synergy between the two. It's great to see them in Division number 1. I think both players definitely are at that caliber to make that happen, but it's going to be a matter of, can they gel well together? Epos was saying as well last week where, he was talking about Bospez as his would-be teammate if that were to, get away. Unfortunately, scheduling and such just didn't make that happen. But it's one of those things where I'm like, how will they work? How will they work together? They were working well enough to get into Division number 1, and so now, they could easily make a throw for the top, but they already have some interesting matches coming up for them.
I mean, yeah, Tween, I remember coming into the last Beacon World League, was looking very trained, was definitely a lot of people's dark horse for potentially, winning the whole thing, taking down a big tournament win, and unfortunately that didn't end up quite working out. Maybe a chance of redemption, on that squad with Bozbez. We'll see how they get on. At the same time, that's a team when I say I could maybe see them finishing bottom of the table in Div 1 if things start to go sideways for that squad. Will they pull it back together? Will they actually be able to make a run later on? So much left to see. Honestly, I feel like there's multiple teams I can say that about in Div 1 as well, so I'm just going to wait and see how all of that shakes out. And for now, I'd love to move on a little bit from the teams, from the players. We'll get into that over the course of the tournament a little bit more and talk a little bit about the maps that we are playing. Of course, new Beacon season means new map pack. CoPro, 3 of the maps used in qualifiers. The qualifiers you played in. Obviously, it went really well. That's why you're sitting with us on the desk here today instead of preparing for your matches. But could you talk to me a little bit about the maps that were played in qualifiers? I think in particular, Thriller looked to be causing problems for some players.
Yeah, Thriller is probably the hardest competition map I've ever played, and just trying to get through that map without crashing is a feat in itself. And then trying to have a decent pace on it, becomes really, really hard. But I think it's gonna it suits some players that might not be the fastest, because you don't really have to push everything, but if you're just consistent, you can win any match.
Yeah, so. Just specifically on Thriller then as well, because obviously the bit that's going to be eye-catching that everyone's going to be looking at is that 360 in the middle. How do you rate that in terms of the difficulty of the map? Is that 360 kind of just exciting but consistent and easy enough to do? Is it the rest of the map that's causing problems, or is that 360 actually the focal point for you?
It's from player to player. For me, it really wasn't the biggest issue of the map. I feel like there was other parts that were harder. And if you just, put in a couple of hours on the park map, you could do the 360 pretty consistently. But I think there's a lot of mistakes in the end, usually, like the quarter pipe and that wood turn. Also, it's very precise, and you don't really have any space to save it like you do on the 360. So.
Absolutely. Boney, one of the things I'm looking forward to then coming into this week is, the qualifier maps generally players have had plenty of time on. The other 2 qualifier maps then, Marabello and Orbit, both seem to kind of be, I think, generally agreed upon, roughly equal in difficulty for a lot of players. I think most definitely what we should hopefully be seeing is very good performances, maybe our closest matches on Marabello, on Orbit.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. There's just been a lot more time to practice on in terms of difficulty. Not as high as Thriller, and I do expect maybe 1 or 2 sections could go wrong on Marabello and Orbit, but honestly nothing that could be, I think, as drastic as you could have on a Thriller. Plus players have had quite some time to practice on those as well, opposite to the 2 maps that we have, Skelear Rogue and Mander.
Yeah, well, let's talk about them a little bit. Skelear Rogue and Mander, of course, the two other tracks in our 5-map map pack released after the qualifiers last week. And I gotta tell you, it was an awful lot of fun watching the streamers, everyone who was taking part in the competition, finish up the qualifiers, go and watch the videos as they were released and go, what the hell is going on, man? What am I looking at? GoPro, how did you feel having, unfortunately, narrowly missed out on actually qualifying? Was there a sense of relief as you watched those map releases and were like, actually, maybe it's not so bad?
Yeah, exactly. In the like when I saw them at first, I felt that way, but then when I actually played them, I didn't feel like they were that difficult. They just look very difficult, and I feel like the mappers has done a really good job in, expressing difficulty in a way that's still regulable in a way. So, but yeah, they're really, really good maps, I think.
Yeah, going to be super fun. Boney, is there either of those in particular that you're kind of looking forward to? I know Skelear Rogue, everyone accidentally calling it Skelear Rouge, given it is the red map on that one, as we just take a quick look back at Marabello as well. Looking forward to seeing how this one plays out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with Skelear Rouge, I do love that. That just takes me back to World of Warcraft right away. I mean, if you play a Rogue and Rouge, it always happens. But outside of those situations, I mean, Skelear Rogue in particular, I think the one that emphasizes a lot is the amount of precision that is required for that track. There's a lot of sectors where you have these gates that you have to drive through coming out of these turns, which is going to be quite the challenging thing if you're not that confident about coming out of those lines, especially with the way the track has been set up. You do got to follow the line. There is no silly alternative. No, it is very much built in a way where if you follow the line, if you follow the gears, yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. But if you don't, it's going to be hard to save.
It's going to be a little bit tough for sure. Sorry, CoPro.
No, it's just kind of interesting in this format as well, because usually in 2v2 you want to have a color or something, or if you want to save, but like Boney says, there's no place to save. You just have to drive the line, or you don't really. So I'm interested how people are gonna navigate that.
Yeah, going to be very exciting to watch those two maps in action as we get ready. We're going to start now the countdown into our first match of the day. It's time to start talking about the two teams. As there's Randomize, you'll see him soon. Don't worry about him. He'll be up in a second. He's getting nervous over there. But for the moment, let's talk a little bit about that first match. We do have a wheelie good match. It is going to be 3 wheel players in one match. We have Team Big, Grenadi and Massa taking on Team Wheelsy, Mudda and Wizzy. And I mean, look, just looking at how this one is expected to break down, Boney, Wheelsy, to me, potential dark horses in this tournament.
Yeah. Both Mudda and Wizzy, I don't think anybody is going to dispute that they are amazing players in their own right, but at the same time, when it comes to performances, I think they're still hunting for that big win. Mudda last time in 2023, winning I believe it was TMGL Summer. Correct me if I'm wrong. But outside of that, it's been a lot of top 8 wins for them in many tournaments, but never really, hitting the mark, getting through. Where, I mean, honestly, they do have that potential, right? They do have that possibility, but I would say dark horse, looking at the performances from the other players that we have in Division number 1. It is a bit of a long shot. If I was a bookie, I definitely
Yeah, hard to rate them. Hard to rate most of these teams. But one team that we should have a very good idea about, CoPro, is this big roster.
Yeah, they have so much experience together. Like, I don't think there is another team that has played together in the duo format.
At least in Div 1, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, in Div 1. So I don't know. They have like that edge of having the what's it called? Experience.
Experience, yeah. The comms will be clean. They know what they're doing. They spent a lot of time in the same room together.
And they know each other play styles and whatnot, so I would argue Massa is probably the more pushy guy, and Grenadi plays that anchor role. So it's gonna be hard to beat for sure.
Going to be very difficult to beat, and as we get very close to match time here then, CoPro, I'm going to ask you the question, prediction for our first match of the day. They're going to be hard to beat, but will Wheelsy manage to beat them?
Yes, I think so.
Okay,
I think so.
Wheelsy to win?
I think Big has talked a lot about not putting in 100% effort, and I've never seen Mudda not put in 100% effort.
True.
So I think I think they have a shot, and I'm gonna go for the dark horse.
Okay, obviously we're going to be playing all 5 maps, so, you know, I mean, the score could be 5-0, 4-1, 3-2. Do you have a rough idea how close it's going to be? Are you thinking a 3-2 narrow win?
Yeah, I think 3-2 or 4-1.
Okay, fair enough. Boney, similar thoughts?
Yeah. When it comes to league play, I do give the edge to Mander and Wheelsy in this one. They definitely are ones where they perform very well in that. I think once we hit playoffs, things may be a bit different. But in this situation, week 1, both players who are very, very pragmatic. Massa and Granada usually, go true and then they grow. I think at this point in time, I do give the edge to Wheelsy and Massa. Mander Massa. I'm going to mess it up. I already know.
Yeah, well, 2 wheels is a bicycle, 1 wheel, that's just the unicycle. Is Team Bicycle better than Team Unicycle? It's Wheelsy versus Big. We're going to throw it on over to the casters to get ready for our first match of the Beacon Duo League.
And it is almost time to start off the Beacon Duo League. Thank you, Nua, for passing it over to us. I am Randomized. I'll be one of your casters. Joining me, Boney. How did you get over here so quickly?
I mean, I say instant transmission. You can call it cloning facilities. Either way, I am not this close. If any way of saying this, I signed an NDA.
If we were able to clone you, can we have an American version of you? We'd love to have you over here.
Maybe. We're gonna make sure we get that working.
Yeah. And speaking of working, we got 3 wheels working in the tracks today. 1 controller player by himself. For the first time, I think, in Trackmania history, we've had wheel dominate any other input in a match, and I'm very excited for that. Wheelsy and Big going to be taking each other on, and I have to say, Boney, I heard you guys doing the predictions earlier. Wheelsy has been looking amazing during the qualifiers. I think there was always one of the 2 players first place or in a podium position when it came to being in their position, like in any moment, in any map, any round. It was insane.
No, definitely. And I do believe that they'll be able to make something happen. But it does look like does time fly really, really fast. But we do have our first map already ready. It's going to be Marabello. And I mean, let's check out a little video and then get into some more predictions. I didn't expect that timer to be so...
And we already have the match starting as we had a mistake before we could see it. Mander will make the first mistake. And this is going to be one of the most confusing things because it looks like almost everyone is a yellow car but Mander. There has to be one person sticking out every time, I guess, in this match, Pony.
No, definitely. I mean, it's one of those situations you got to keep your eye out for the names above the cars because you're not going to do it based on skin alone, as we have Massa having a mistake on that transition. So we do have a fight happening between Wheelsy and Granadi, wheel versus wheel next to one another. And for the time being, going into the fragile sector, none of them really giving away anything thus far. Wheelsy, who does go a little bit on the oversteer side, allows Granadi to overtake. So for the time being, Big would be able to get the win here. Just one more jump into it. And yeah, Granadi on number 1, Wheelsy on number 2. It's really coming down to Massa just making the jump, but honestly, there's not a lot that'll stop him. So yeah, it's going to be a 2-1 opening score for Big right there. Just an unfortunate start right there from Mander already from the get-go. Making an error, making that so he had to respawn from the start. It's round 1. We're not done just yet. Plus, we're playing 5 maps in total. I think that is very important to state as well. These players will have a lot of driving to get done.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And for anyone that has actually not seen this game mode, as Nua said earlier, it's more of the World Tour 2v2 game mode that we saw back in 2023. depending on your position, will give you your points. If your team is in first and second, you will get an ace, and you will get 3 points, denying any points to the other team. If you are first and third, you would get a victory, and you will get 2 points, as you see, and Wheelsy getting 1 point. And if you are first and fourth or second and third, it will be a draw, and both teams will get 1 point each. And you are going up to 10, so it is very important to try to get a good lead starting off each map. And speaking of good lead, Wheelsy having a 0.2 lead over his own teammate, but it's Masa and Mutta who are battling each other in the back, and Masa was able to get his wheel over the finish line and snipe it, forcing a victory, and Big and Weasley are now going to be tied 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, Masa was pushing it. I mean, first half of the track, he was mainly on defense, and it's looking like he's going to have to do much of the same for this round, as Gennady did have a mistake heading into the water sector. But yeah, Masa, just a beautiful attack right there. Just kept the pressure up, kept staying close, and it really came down to that final turn. Was able to get a little bit more exit speed and get past Mutta. But with a crash from Masa right there, it does look like Big is out of it for this round. Ooh, small touchdown from Mutta. That may be enough for Gennady to catch up a bit. Let's see how far behind he is. Yeah, no, he is closing in. He is overtaking, and he is getting into second place. Mutta having some issues with the transition. And so, what a rocky start here for round number 3.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, that's one thing about Trackmania. If you make the mistake earlier and you're able to recover from it, there's always a good chance you can come back, even with the slightest little touch that Mutta made. That allowed Gennady to all the way back from P4 to P2, and now chasing down Wheelsy. 0.7 behind, not bad for an early mistake, but it is, unless Wheelsy makes a mistake, it's going to be a clear finisher for Wheelsy. That will be it. Masa will be following in on P3, giving the victory to Wheelsy. And it's a really tight match, honestly, on this first map. It's one of those things where I have to admit I wasn't ready for it. I really thought Wheelsy was going to be able to run away with this one, but Big is denying them that. This is a pretty good Big map, I will say for sure, but again, Wheelsy just looked so dominating in the qualifiers that I couldn't tell you who would be able to really take them on, but it looks like Big will be the team to deny as they are fighting up in front, Boney.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, just from a names point of view, all 4 players have done phenomenal throughout the years thus far, have been striving hard to become, one of the best players of the game, and it's just great to see the 4 players in 2 teams fighting up against one another in this way. I mean, Mas and Gennady for the time being do have the upper hand, but just to jump on what you were saying earlier with the way Wheelsy was looking last week, I mean, Big in that sense is one of those teams, I think, which will thrive on maps that have been out for a little bit. The new 2 maps that have been out for a week, it's really going to come down to how much time they really have to practice. I know over time they will be able to grow more and more, but that may be the place where Wheelsy could have an upper hand. I have not seen the times, I will say honestly, but I think when it comes to Orbit, when it comes to Marabello, when it comes to Triller, this is the way it's going to go. And I mean, 6-6. Unfortunately, no real big changes happening during that last round just yet, so does seem like everything is still up for grabs.
Yeah, no, I mean, both teams tend to have at least one player make a mistake per round, and then it causes a flip-flop happening. Besides that one round where practically 3 of the 4 players all made a mistake, of course. But again, it just seems to be, if this is happening on Marabello, I am terrified to see what is going to happen on maps like Thriller and the other 2 maps that were just introduced last week. But we have a great round now as Masa will be leading the pack. Gennady will be in the back. So we are in a draw position at the moment. Wheelsy and Mutta trying to find any opening opportunity as you see them starting to go a little bit more on the inside. But Masa is also denying them, really playing these tight lines. Gennady picking up the pace, and now right in the middle. Oh, right as I say that, Caster Curse kicks in, and that's going to be unfortunate. Can Mutta look for a snipe? No, Masa is the one player that's going to do it with a PV, a 0.5. Masa did not want anyone near him.
No, just straight up defense. Wall has been erected. You're not getting past, and this is starting to get in the danger zone for both teams. It's 7-7, and we have seen mistakes plague these players with Granati right there in the water with a touch, but then we also lose Muda, and it's Masa versus Wheelsy. It does give us an idea that the ace is a bit far away. Granati is currently in third, about a second behind, so it's going to come up to Wheelsy and Masa to not make a massive mistake. It could easily end the match just like that, but what a start to this round right here. A crucial round for that matter as well. If you're able to win a round right now, that'll be beautiful, just because of the fact that we're playing up to 10 points and the gaps all of a sudden become so much narrower if you do get that win. Even though a draw could also lead to some interesting situations, but we are getting closer and closer to finish out this first map, and honestly, it has been a banger thus far.
It's been amazing, but speaking of amazing, this round has been insane. Wheelsy and Masa have been passing back and forth on each other. We saw Masa get a really good snipe here, taking advantage of the speed, but he could not get there this time. He went a little high to try to build out more exit speed. Not working out for him, and that's going to allow Wheelsy to hold that first place, get a draw. So now, again, when we hit 7-7 as well as 8-8, we are on track point for both teams. Either team pulling out a victory, getting first and third, will give them the first map. But of course, if that happens, the other team could try to deny for a victory. Who was that? That was Granati. Just really struggling with the beginning of this map, making mistakes, whether it's in the water or the turnaround, wherever it is. Granati is having troubles at the beginning, but if anyone makes a mistake later on, Granati will come back because he doesn't tend to really have any other issues. And I don't think I meant his teammate, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I lost a lot of speed and fell behind. So Wheelsy are now in ace position, which will close out the match 11-8 for the first map, but Mudda's slowing down a little bit, and Granati is looking to catch back up towards the end here. Wheelsy has just been pushing away, but Granati, unfortunately, it doesn't even matter if he passes Mudda. He needs to be able to push past Wheelsy, but Mudda is playing great defense and even pushing farther away, and that's going to be it. Wheelsy will take the first map.
Yeah, and an ace to close things out as well. I mean, after a back and forth like that, it really came down to who could keep their composure towards the final rounds of that map. And yeah, it just kind of went poorly for Granati there in particular. Like those last two rounds, he had mistakes happening in, well, the first few sectors of the track of that as well. As you mentioned, it was really that first half that really messed them up. But yeah. That is A-okay, you know, I mean, you could say it's just one map. It's just fine. We got more maps coming up. We got map number 2 already ready for our players warming up here. It's going to be Skelear Rogue. This shit, they go. There you go. What a way to get into the mood. Skelear Rogue, one of 2 new maps have been introduced to be played during the Beacon Duo League. After Marabello being part of the qualifiers, we now find ourselves on new grounds to see how our players will manage to circumvent these tracks, circumvent these lines, and, you know, tread through the eye of the needles, specifically with Skelear Rogue, a track that rewards precision. And Wheelsy barely surviving as we're halfway, and thus far it's looking pretty good for Wheelsy with Mud in the lead.
Yeah, and Granati still kind of getting sandwiched by the other ones. Masa makes a mistake in the back, so that's going to be all up to Granati to kind of set a pace on this map. Will he be able to go for the draw or not? Wheelsy is actually pushing up behind Grenade. Mudda, excuse me. Grenade makes a mistake. Everyone's making a mistake, but Grenade had the worst one of them all as he is just slowly rolling. That's going to put Mudda into P2, looking to try and... Okay, I was about to say, we have a safe finish. But
yeah.
wait, okay. This is
Yeah.
This has to be one of the hardest safe finishes to cast because of the fact that it's so separated.
yeah. I also, it's like you're focusing on one point, and all of a sudden the image goes two ways, and your eyes cross. That's what that felt like to me at that point in time. With the safe fin, I mean, in both situations, you gotta make sure you tread through those reset blocks, right? So you're already coming out of that grass turn and gotta make sure you angle your car to set up. And it's really a split moment decision to make, because as you hit the wood, you go have your engine off. You need to set up for that 180 turnaround if you're gonna go for the risky fin. And I think Wheelsy in that situation was like, you know what? I think we're fine. I will accept a safe fin. And honestly, he got first place out of it. So a very, very good choice to be made in a, that split second to do so. This round, once again, not looking too good for Big. Kanadi behind by about 6 seconds, and once again, Wheelsy after that ace is looking very, very dominable.
Yeah, Wheelsy a little bit farther behind than he was in the first match. Mudda and Grenade made a mistake. Actually, a lot of people made a mistake at that moment. Very pinpoint, very accurate. It's funny, like, the argument between Skelear Rouge and Skelear Rogue, we would never really know in the end. Speaking of which, Matza is going to be able to get the better finish there. Mudda was not able to clean that one up, and Mudda, I didn't even see where Mudda went, and it turns out to work out for Big. Forget the whole track. Just let's just keep doing little 180s on the wood, and we can determine who will win this one. Grenade was so far back and was still able to take P3, but you know what? This map is so demanding. I was saying earlier that it's Skelear. Ooh, speaking of demanding, unfortunately, Grenade again making a mistake in the early, putting a lot of pressure on Masa as we go into this one, and it's very pinpoint accurate. Like I was saying before, like if we want to call it Skelear Rogue, that's fine, because rogues have to be accurate. They have to hit the exact point that they are aiming for to get that blowing attack. So it ironically feels like this map is just a giant rogue playing with his toys.
Bit of a roguelite, if you will.
Right.
Slay Spire action happening right here. You got to go for that next run. Make sure you got your upgrades in before you go again. And Masa with a clip right there. I have noticed, though, I think in this situation, both Mudda and Wheelsy will go for the safe, and the gap is big enough for them to go for it. And Mudda already had some issues with the risky fin last round, so yeah, both players will take the save. Fully understandable. Plenty of time. Yeah.
Wait,
there's just too many gaps.
I was gonna say Grenade is the only one going, but it didn't matter. He was too far back.
No. And so an ace for Wheelsy, beautiful stuff, put themselves on track point. But interestingly enough, Wheelsy thus far hasn't taken the risky fin once. It's been 3 rounds, and every single time he's taken the safe. And first one you could argue was more of a strategy point of view, but honestly, during second round, I would have argued that it would have been better for him to take the risky finish, but he still opted for the safe fin. I'm starting to wonder, is he feeling comfortable about the risky fin? Because from the 5 tracks that we have, I would say this is the hardest risky to nail during rounds.
I would say this is one of the hardest maps to nail completely during rounds. Again, it's just so, everything is so tight, and you have to, it's up there with Thriller with these very demanding turns. And if anything, it doesn't surprise me now that Masa is up in front, as he usually can tech abuse a lot of things. But I guess with the pressure of Grenade making a lot of mistakes earlier, it was playing on Masa. But Grenade now up in P2, doing a good job. Only has Mudda, to really bad. And never mind, only has Wheelsy to really worry about. As Wheelsy will go for the risky, and there it is. He makes a mistake. You might be right. Wheelsy might just not feel comfortable.
Masa didn't make it.
What the heck happened? Masa!
Didn't make it. Barely. That was so close.
Oh, and because he didn't finish. Oh, yeah, it's a draw. But 3-8. Wheelsy. Okay, so I feel a little bit better on my prediction now, feeling that they would dominate the match. Yeah, the first map kind of scared me, but now it's just like, all right, this is what I was kind of expecting.
Right. But I mean, with Wheelsy right there having issues with the risky, I think he did feel the pressure. He felt like he needed to go for it, but I don't think he has it down. I think he probably has it like, let's say, a 50-50 shot, just, you know, from just skill level alone. But even then, it's the added pressure, right, of knowing, like, okay, especially in that situation where you know Big is about to drive an ace, where you know you need to defend, you're gonna try, right? You have to. And fortunately, right there for Wheelsy, Masa barely missed the finish, and they did get away with it. Still have that lead of about 5 points. Still have enough to win the round. Hell, they could play 2 draws, and they'd be okay. 2 losses, still good enough. They're in a very, very good spot, but that ending seems to be a detrimental thing. And once again, the ending coming up, we'll see where everybody does go. Masa in first, Wheelsy in second, Gennady in third, Muda in fourth. Everybody makes it through. 2 crashes happen along the way. Muda doesn't overtake Gennady in the end, but Masa will come in. Does he make it? No, he doesn't make it. Wheelsy overtakes. It's a draw. It's a draw.
Oh no. You know what? The whole
usually
map...
these things are predictable. This is not predictable.
No. The whole map is honestly a great map for Masa, right? It's a lot of tech, but then to throw a turnaround on the poor guy, you know, it's just one of those things that once you force the players to do something a little bit out of their comfort zone, it really shows. I don't want to say it shows their true colors, but it just shows how versatile some of these players can be compared to others. And again, Masa started a little bit behind, and now he's within the 2 Wheelsy players, really showing what he can do on tech. And I wouldn't be surprised if he even pushes farther ahead right here. Yep, he's already starting to battle. He takes over P2 and looking to try to fight for P1 against Muda, who ends up going a little bit high there and lose a lot of that speed. But again, this risky ending has just been really proving that these are definitely beacon level maps.
yeah. And then players only having had 1 week to practice. Well, this one in particular does make quite the difference. We'll set up once again. Wheelsy just needs 1 player in P1 or P2, and they will make that happen. Muda will be that player. Wheelsy unfortunately not making it, but that is okay. He comes in a little bit later. It is a win for Big for the round, but it is a win for Wheelsy for the track. That is 10-6, and yeah, Wheelsy leads 2-0. This one definitely looking a lot less close compared to our previous track, but even then, it does show that the players aren't that used to the new tracks just yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't blame them. These tracks are... It's the first 3 were already difficult, but then I really feel like the difficulty spiked up with the last 2, and then you only had a week compared to the first 3, where I think you had like 3 weeks or something like that to train. So it is going to be a test of skill, but we are going back to a map that we do know, and that is going to be Orbit.
Light in the moment and not when you hear the music stop. I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo.
The competition itself has been pretty much a straight line with a 2-0 for Wheelsy, but it has been going in circles back and forth on who will actually be taking these maps, as we are here on our 3rd map, Orbit. And now, again, all 4 players in much more similar or known territory, although I say that, and our first map has been pretty tricky for Gennady. I'm hoping to see a bounce back from Gennady, and as I say that, unfortunately, he falls a little bit behind. Pressure is kicking in for these guys. Muda ends up going wide, and that's going to allow Gennady to fight back into P3.
I'll tell you what, I am fighting back each and every one of these puns. So far, I've heard 2 opportunities to use orbit in the sentences you were saying, but I mean, I could. We'll find out. We'll find a certain spot at some point in time. Let's say, Wheelsy Mets right now circling around to set up for those final few turns on orbit right now. Masa does have a big lead. There's not a lot really that Wheelsy is going to be able to do unless Masa doesn't make it into the risky fin. Lineup looks good. He's going to make it in. It's going to be a PB, online PB specifically for Masa right there. 105.3 clean time. It's going to be a win for Big as well. Granati coming in third, but again, a bit of a rocky start for Granati right there. It's really been playing in Big thus far. Just not having that certainty, missing that consistency in getting these tracks underway. I think so far we've had 1, maybe 2 rounds where both players were off the lines and together for most of it, but it's really been a story of inconsistencies as right now we have Masa with a small touch, falling behind by about 3 tenths, well, even 5 tenths of a second now as we get from checkpoint to checkpoint. And yeah, Wheelsy in there in another comfortable situation.
Yeah, it's looking like a bit of a comfortable situation for Wheelsy as we have a 0.4 behind them. But yeah, again, even the spinning around part can be a little tricky and a little scary because we've seen players try to really push this part. And it feels like no matter what camera you're in, there's a little bit of blind moments every time you're going around that bug slide. But it looks like they were able to work it out, and Granati was the only one to stick with them. Masa, unfortunately, making a mistake in the mid-map, so that's going to be a victory for Wheelsy, and that's going to put them in a 4-2 lead. Only 2 points, though, and it's early in this map, but that could start to set the story for map number 3.
Yeah, and I'm just reading chat at the moment, unaware of that myself. Gennady being ill, I can very much see that impacting his playstyle. So hopefully it won't impact him too much thus far. I mean, we have seen some mistakes here and there, so I can imagine maybe a cough here or there could lead to him losing some focus. But for the time being, this round looking nice and clean for Big. Wheelsy on defense, though, making sure that he is keeping away the Big squad at any turn thus far. Muda looking for any point to overtake as well. Does get it on the wall right, actually. Overtakes Masa right there. And so for the time being, it's going to be Musa and Wheelsy on first and third. Looking to get another ace on the board would be quite impressive to see. We'll have randomized just away for a little bit, so let me regale you with some more of these tales of the Wheelsy versus Big saga that we have unfolding before our very eyes. Gennady just keeping track with each and every one of these turns with Wheelsy, but I don't think Wheelsy is going to give away any inch, any ink, any alm. Makes it across as well. Honestly, beautiful performance right there from Wheelsy. Getting in. Masa not even bothering to cross the finish line isn't necessary either. With Gennady coming into second place, it is going to be a win for Wheelsy. 3-6, and it's still looking a little bit precarious for Big at the moment. We'll see though if this round's going to go better. Their first halves has been good. Second halves, not so much. Still though, interesting to see when it comes to the wheel players. I mean, Gennady, one of the 3 players currently in the match playing on wheel. It may be his, him being sick, but interesting to see how well Wheelsy and Muda have been playing on wheel. Wheelsy have been playing a bit longer than Muda. Oh, but Wheelsy with an unfortunate transition right there does have a small touch getting into the engine off sector, and so it's going to be up to Muda to fight back and keep Big away from making up that 3-point difference.
I mean, Muda is looking pretty good right now, but yeah, an ace would be a terrible thing for Wheelsy. Amazing for Big, though. And did I hear you correctly that Gennady is actually sick?
Yes.
Oh.
If I am to believe chat, and I mean, sometimes you shouldn't, but I think something like this.
Oh, no.
But, believe it or not, it's going to be a crash from Muda at the end, making it an ace for Big, and just like that, the gap has been closed. 6-6. This reminds me of map number 1.
Yeah, no, we are going back and forth on this one. You can say we're going in circles. I'm sorry, I really used that pun. But, yeah, no, I mean, not only if you were sick. Like, I play on controller. If I'm sick, my reaction time gets a little slow for sure. But you are now swinging your body left and right. If I remember correctly, Grenady actually plays with the widest turn out of all three players at a full 180 degrees, if I remember something along those lines, or 95, 100%, 100-degree turn or something. I don't know, 120. Thank you, chat. So yeah, he's swinging the hardest out of all three of the wheel players, and is currently up in front right now, while Masa is the one trying to play defense against Wheelsy. But Wheelsy is pushing as hard as he can. This is a moment for Bingo, unfortunately for Grenady. Ends up hitting the side of the change block. I don't know how to really call that thing. I never actually had to name it before, but Wheelsy going straight into the light beam, and thankfully, if you hit the green one, the finish line is just the hitbox is just big enough.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those things where usually if you crash into the finish, you feel bad. This track, fortunately, does take the sting out of it just a bit, so it's still going to be Wheelsy on number 1, and he'll be very, very happy with Grenady crashing earlier on to allow that draw to happen. 7-7. Any ace will do the trick, and so far, Mada not having the best of times. It's been specifically before the engine off sector, where he had a couple of issues, and we'll see though if this time around, much of the same. But at the same time, Grenady now not making the jump up the engine off sector to the wall ride, and it's going to be Wasa versus Wheelsy, which at this point in time, we do have two fights happening. From looking at the splits, actually, no, Grenady falling behind even more. Look at that, 8.5 seconds versus 6 seconds from Muda. So if Wheelsy is able to pick up first place here, that's going to be a round win, assuming no changes in position. And Masa is going to have to push for it, and I don't think he's going to be able to make it happen. It comes down to the risk here at the end. Masa has a bit more exit speed, I believe, but not enough time to overtake. Wheelsy does hold on, but
Grenady made a mistake. Muda made a mistake. Grenady's able to pick it up. He does. Oh my goodness, we did not get to see it on the stream or like as a POV. But yeah, Muda made another mistake, allowing Grenady to back into that fight. I'm not sure where. It may have been in the orbit part, but because that's the only place I can imagine you making a mistake when you have like a 3-second lead, unfortunately, like that. But it seems that the tables have turned a little bit on the players who are making the mistakes right now. Muda has been struggling with this map. Grenady still, unfortunately, struggling a little bit, but knowing the position he's in right now, he's doing pretty dang good. But Muda makes another mistake. Again, down to Wheelsy. And it's not even an ace this time. It's a victory that Big will need, and Wheelsy will have to try to deny it.
Yeah, first place is everything that Wheelsy needs right now. Great start coming out of that wall ride, but we have seen how good Masa is at catching up, especially in these last couple of turns. We orbit once more. Masa does have the inside line over Wheelsy, but coming out of the exit, it is still Wheelsy in the lead. It's going to come down to risk. How much do these players push? How much do these players trip? Masa gets the overhand, overtakes at the end, and it is going to be a win for Big and their first track win with that as well. Big still maybe down one map, but at least it's 1 versus 3. It is going to be 1-2. Wheelsy still in the lead, but Big really needing that, and I think they'll be very, very happy with that ending right there.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, they're now finally in the match. They are, it's 2-1. Sure, 2 maps punch you down, but they can always get back up. And that honestly comes with experience. I feel like because Big has just been around the scene for so long, it's not hard for them to get back. So with that, we're going to be putting the test to Big and Wheelsy on our next map, and it will be Mander.
They watch, we slip, new phone, do this, who cares, move it, you know how we do this. You know how we do this. Hands up, shooting, you lights, shooting.
3 tracks down. Number 4 on the board, and we are underway right away on ice, on the wall. It is Big versus Wheelsy. Big managing to pick up their first track win on our previous track, and now it is going to be Wheelsy perhaps looking to, come out of a bit of a win. Now, it isn't a best of 5. I think it's very, very good to know as we are in league play right now. The name of the game for these teams is to win as many tracks as possible in the matches that they will be playing against their fellow divisioners, if you will. And this one is looking quite strong as a start from Big. Muda already behind by about 11 seconds, having some issues with the walls, and so it is Wheelsy once again having to do some offense, having to attack both Masa and Granati here, and thus far, he is kind of in the middle of the both of them.
Yeah, Muda making an early mistake in the water just really threw him back there, but Wheelsy doing a really good job as we were coming to the end here. Wheelsy is looking pretty good. Oh, no! He went to go for the risky finish, and this is exactly what I was worried about on this map, was just tagging the wall on your way up. And Wheelsy did so. I mean, you have reactor down, and you're on a bumpy plastic onto grass, and you are being forced to be going all the way to the edge just to try to jump up to the risky finish. This is a very demanding finish. It's nothing like our last 2 maps where like the ending is just difficult, but it's still, it's a pinpoint accurate jump that you have to make, with the pressure of knowing everyone is right there breathing down your neck. So unfortunately, we saw our first casualty to that finish, but I would not be surprised if it's not our last.
No, not at all. I mean, it was definitely a costly one at that as well. Wheelsy looking to have the offense, the attack fully done, just 1 jump remaining, and unfortunately just falling just a tiny bit short. Allowing Big to get the ace right there. This one, though, Muda is in the mix. No water to cause him any troubles whatsoever, but needing Wheelsy to catch up, needing him to come in. A draw is not enough to make up the difference. All it does is get the score just a little bit higher, just a little bit closer to the final. And so Granati actually overtaking Muda in the end. What a snipe. Didn't even expect that. It looked like Muda really had to leave, but I suppose he did slow down just a tiny bit too much on the grass leading up to that jump. And it is not a draw, which would have been, kind of okay, but not that preferable to Big actually winning the round, and the gap now 4 points.
Yeah, no, this is a great start for Big, especially because we saw him on the last map, the new map from Vixa, where it was a pretty dominating defeat for Big, unfortunately. But now it's looking like they have this map pretty down pat. Masa, come on, man. I'm complimenting you guys. You're supposed to be doing good while I'm complimenting you. But speaking of the 4 players that we see on the field, one thing that I do want to point out is the fact that Wheelsy is the youngest player, experience-wise, in this match. Granati, Masa, Muda, they have seen it all. They've been through so many competitions. And when the pressure is on Wheelsy, I wouldn't be surprised if it really starts to put a toll on him. And unfortunately, knowing Wheelsy, when things start to go wrong, it is very hard for him to mentally get back into the match. Ooh, Granati makes a mistake. He misses that. And Wheelsy is still able to finish. He took the save finish, and that worked out really well. So we turned the tables around, and Wheelsy is going to be able to get a victory.
Yeah, it definitely came from the clutches of the feet right there. I mean, Granati just barely missing out on the risky fin right there. Definitely a map, once again, where risky fin definitely does feel like you are taking a risk. You are having to get just to the edge of that block to make the jump up, to get into the finish. And right there, unfortunately, Granati did fall into the pit to the left of that risky fin. And so, yeah, Wheelsy can be quite happy about things going their way, winning the round in the end. Still, though, the gap is still 3 points. That ace that the match started off with is still helping out Big. 6-3, just 4 points remaining. for the German players, and it's going to be a question of are they going to be able to hold on to that lead. As it is right now, they can play draw after draw. It will take a while, but at the same time,
Masa.
do you have that consistency, right? Do you have what it takes to make that happen? Masa is out of there, so Gennady needs to do some defense, and for the time being, ahead by 0.2 of a second, and Wheelsy with a crash, maybe enough.
Maybe enough. Gennady didn't make a mistake here last time. Okay, he's able to close that one out, and Masa will be the one that's the farthest back, which ironically, I feel like for this map, this kind of makes sense. There are so many small factors where you can do as much smooth steering as possible, maybe even quantum steering, as some people will call it, where you're just going to try to push every little bit of speed and every single moment possible. Ooh, Masa makes someone
Wait.
Everyone made a mistake.
Yeah, well, all the big players made a mistake.
Yeah. I got so confused because cars started flying around on my screen. I couldn't figure out who was going where. But yeah, no, this is a big moment for Wheelsy. I mean, they are down by 3 points. Oh, wow, I did not. Okay,
Gennady.
that was not a pun I meant to say this time.
Yeah, no, well, I heard it.
But yeah, this is a big moment for Wheelsy as both players on Big made a mistake. And with an ace here, we're going to be tying this one up 7-7. But we've seen both Mudda and Wheelsy. Oh my God, their team name and then Wheelsy just throws me off. But we've
Wheelsy
seen these
boys.
two make a little bit of mistakes, but they know they have a 2-second gap. And the nice thing about this map is the risky is honestly not too far of a difference compared to the safe. And there it is, hand in hand.
Yeah.
They go right into. Oh my! That was almost in sync too. 7,000.
They were very close. Yeah.
That would have been so nice if they crossed together. But there it is. The ace comes in, and Wheelsy looking alive on this map.
Yeah, and definitely with a track like this, when that gap is, well, I think even with a gap of a second, the safe in isn't that far away. There's no slow-mo necessarily to cause you to lose even more time compared to the risky. And yeah, they are going to be very happy that, well, it came from the get-go, right? From those wall rides, Wheelsy was able to solidify that win. That ace was, it would have been very, very odd for them to lose the lead that they had built up. So for now, it's going to be 7-7 once again, finding ourselves in the position of the track where any and all mistakes could cause mayhem. We already have Gennady behind by about a second, and for now, it's going to be up to Masa to catch up to both Mudda and Wheelsy. Oh, I mean, honestly, too close to call. All players here at the front, wheel by wheel, side by side. Masa maybe feeling a little bit left out with the controller versus, all these arms flailing left and right. But he's starting to lose ground. He's starting to lose grip. And with just a couple of turns remaining, is it going to be enough? Is Big going to lose out from an ace to an ace? It is, and there you go. Don't worry, you wanted to cross the line at the same time. Wheelsy does it right there with a 108.504. That is a beautiful way to end the track. And Wheelsy and Mudda with that can already be very, very happy, knowing that they are coming out with a net positive.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking really scary for them. And this is the one thing that's really nice about this game mode is that, even if you fall far behind, it could be 9-0 something, or whatever the math is, but 4 rounds of you both getting in front can get you the victory. But one slow map to another slow map, we are going for a thriller here and checking out Thriller.
Don't pause, press. Don't pause, press.
There we go. We are on the last map for this match. Will Big be able to close up the gap a little bit and get a few more league points out of this one? Or will Wheelsy just dominate their first match with a 4-1. Either way, CoPro is pretty much right with his predictions. And that must be pretty good for CoPro's first time appearing on the show and being able to pretty much just almost nail it on the head on his predictions. My predictions are usually wrong. This is probably the first time my predictions are right.
It's one of the things that, I mean, I did mention it during our analysis earlier on. Big is one of those teams that grows into tournaments. Usually it's weeks 1, week 2, where things are relatively new. They're still getting into things. They're not that big of a threat up until when it matters. That point in time is where you got to be extremely careful. So for Wheelsy, I think right now they'll be very, very happy to play up against Big at this stage of
my God, they almost did
the
it
league
again.
play. And I do love the ace that they set up right there. One going left, other going right, crossing the beams at the end. A little bit of style being thrown around. I like it a lot. And Wheelsy right there, that's 3 aces in a row.
I'm loving... One of the things I always say that's difficult about duo formats... Oh, Mutta, make an early mistake. But one of the most difficult things about duo formats is finding that player that can match your pace, essentially. Masa make a mistake as well. But Wheelsy has been proving that these two have really good pace together, as they... 2 rounds where they were so close to matching their times, and then 1 round where they actually did. But Ace is looking pretty good for Wheezy up in front, taking on Grenady. And with Grenady having problems in this match, it may be somewhat good security for Wheezy. I mean, they are up 3-0, and we are in a draw position. So as long as Wheezy can hold his position, we could be looking at a 4-1. But Masa makes a mistake in the back. Spotted that one, so that's going to allow Mutta up into P3. And Grenady is just chasing down Wheezy with the scary half-pipe moment. They both seem to make it work, but then one more potential clip could happen. Neither will be clipping, so that's going to be great for Wheezy to hold down first place, as Mutta is able to jump up into P3 and get a victory.
Yeah, not a lot Big could really do about that situation, honestly. Wheezy was on point for all of that round. Grenady, no real potential, no real opportunity to make up some time to try and overtake. And what an unfortunate start right there for Grenady. Riding around the hole, does hit the wall, and so it is Masa who is left on the table right now for Big. Wheelsy once again getting an upper hand due to a mistake from their opponents. It's gotta suck again. I mean, it should be remiss of me to neglect mentioning that Gennady is ill at the moment, so you cannot expect him to perform at his best. Masa, unfortunately, didn't have the angle quite right on that 360, and now Mutta and Wheezy are set to get an ace. I mean, it's 1-5, 1-8. That is nigh impossible to beat, but Mutta having some issues with the breaks off sectors, and it's all of a sudden going from ace to round win. Still positive for Wheelsy, would put them in a 2-7 situation, and as Wheezy does make it barely across the quarter pipe jump, he will set up from the right to make it into risky fin. He'll be alive. Gennady coming in second place, and Masa will not have enough time to finish, so it will be a round win regardless of Mutta crossing the finish line. Does make it in, and a victory will make it 2-7. Still very positive for Wheelsy. 5-point gap, 1 ace, enough for Wheelsy to close out the match with a 4-1 win. It's gonna be tough for Big here.
Well, thankfully everyone is in this match now, as no one hit the scenery at the beginning. Okay, fine. Just hit another piece of scenery then.
It wasn't scenery, I guess.
The more tired I am, the stronger my caster curse is, apparently. So be careful, guys. Don't have me stay up all night and then cast, because then you're next. But it's going to be a mistake out of Mutta. Oh, wait a second. I just jumped into the back, and we see in here, up in the pack right now, Wheezy and Grenady. Yeah, they're slowing down a lot. Mutta's getting back into the pack. Masa has just been struggling with that transition over to the ramp, so Masa is going to be out of this one now. It's down to Grenady to try to slow the bleeding down. He's going to need to get this draw to force the players on Wheelsy to play at least potentially 2 more rounds, but Wheelsy is trying to fight his way up. He goes wide, though, and that's going to allow Grenade to take P1 easily. So it's going to be a draw, 3-8. But Big has got a lot of aces they got to pull out of their sleeve if they want to get this map.
Yeah, it's, I mean, a bit of a messy round for, I think, all of the players right there. Nobody really able to pull out all of the stops, and so it is going to be another tricky one for Big. The gap still remains at 5 points. It's still going to be quite the treacherous situation, really. It's a draw, one draw, really, that Big can afford at this point in time. And honestly,
Or
just
victory.
going into it right now, Muda and Wheelsy on first and second, both surviving the 360. Muda with a slowdown coming out of it. Wheelsy just needs to keep the lead. He just needs 2 more rounds of either one of their players in first or second. Muda is not going to be that player, as he has some issues coming out of the water. And so Wheelsy, he just needs first or second. That's it. If he can do that 2 rounds in a row, they're fine.
Yeah, and Wheelsy has been showing really good composure on this map. This is one of those maps we watch in Qualifier where Wheelsy was always up in front. Grenade ends up tagging the side of his car in the slow part, so Wheelsy now has a lot of room to work with. Masa's going to go a little bit on the safer side, and Muda is actually in P3. This could be the victory we're looking for. Muda gets through, and Wheelsy will end up just stealing this one and running away with a 4-1.
I mean, I'll be honest, Thriller, the way things were going, even if Big right there was able to draw it, I still do believe Wheelsy right there would have to win. That definitely was in favor of Wheelsy for most of that. Just Big running out of steam. Honestly, it was only 1 map orbit that they were able to pick up during all of that. But when it came to the other tracks, we had map number 1, a nice close one on Marabello. But every one of those outside of that, honestly, didn't seem like they were on top of it as much. Again, you know, with Grenade being sick, I can imagine that playing a bit of a factor. But Masa also showing signs of inconsistency. Just allowing Wheelsy to have most of their rounds be in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, we have to put in some factors into this one. Grenade not feeling well is definitely making it harder for them. You know, different time zones for these players. I mean, Wheelsy, Muda is chilling in the afternoon right now, I believe. I think it's right around like 12, 1, 2 p.m. This is prime time Saturday gaming for a player like Muda. But, you know, it's at least Big was able to take a point. Again, these players are going to be playing all 5 maps all through league play, trying to collect as many league points as possible. It's going to be very important for them. So even if you are going to lose, I will call it the series, it's important that you can take as many map points as you can off of it. So at least Big was able to take 1 Boney.
Yeah, and I think they'll be, you know, a bit disappointed in that. They are both players, Mas and Grenade, are players that want to perform high, that want to perform well. So a bit of a tricky one. But I think Randomized, we will leave you for a little bit to hang out into the void as we check in with our analysts, which, wait, am I? Guys, I'm supposed to be in there. Bring me in.
We'll check in with our analysts, of which Boney is one. CoPro, your prediction before that match, a close one that Wheelsy would come out on top of, and I'll be honest, that was maybe a closer match than the 4-1 final score showed, particularly on Skelear Rogue. Big were in full control, and then duo format happened, back-to-back aces, 6 points, and Wheelsy walked away with the win.
Yep. It was a very close match. It was way closer than it was as close as I predicted, but I feel like there was a bit too many crashes, maybe more than I thought. But you know, like Randomized said, there were a bunch of factors involved that might cause them to not play at their best. But,
yeah, I mean, week 1 as well, Boney, right? I mean, This is, I think, generally what we see in a competition like this as well, where very difficult maps, same map pack over the course of the entire tournament. By the time we get to the grand finals, all of that's going to have been eliminated.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's those first week jitters, I'll call them that. Those will be ironed out as we go through the weeks, and the Big that we saw perform today, the Wheels that we saw perform today, I think will be at a much higher caliber once we are hitting week 3, week 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is our first match of the day, our first Div 1 match in the books for the mainstream here at Beacon. We are going to go to a very short break. We will be back with our second match of the day. We're going to be heading down to Div 2 forward. It'll be Le Galette Breton taking on 5W. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss this.
Seen the light in the dark, but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is done when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out. I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar 'cause I never miss. Yeah, everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. Hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. I've been waiting for somebody just like you, seeing all the colors, no more shades of blue. You picked me up from nothing, and now I'm feeling something. I've been waiting for somebody.
Welcome back to the Beacon Duo League. We're just rolling right through the day. It is going to be non-stop until we get to the end of it. And for now, we are done with Div 1 for the moment. We'll head back there for the last match of the day. But we're going to back-to-back Div 2 matches to properly kick off Div 2. And what better way to start it off than with the most French team I've ever heard in my life. It's Trackmania. You gotta have one of them in there. Les Galettes Breton with Novu and Vortax versus 5W, Jan and Marsley. And Copro, we talked about them on the pre-show. I think excited to see how 5W actually do in this first match.
I'm really interested, actually. I feel like they're gonna either play really well or not play well. I feel like that's the case for a lot of Div 2 teams, where they have like the pace of Div 1 but might struggle with, you know, consistency.
Absolutely. Looking then at Novu and Vortax on the other side, I think the question for me randomized is, first of all, both of their first time actually appearing in the main event of a Beacon tournament. I believe at least Novu came close in qualifying on the last Beacon World League. But also I think the first time maybe both of them are playing the duo format. Lots of experience in kind of bigger team formats, but I don't know, how do you think that's going to translate, going from a bigger team format and individual into this duo format?
Honestly, it's I feel like, especially for the two of them, they're both really well-rounded players. I feel like they both be able to handle a lot of different style of skills in Trackmania, so I don't think it's really going to affect them too much. Now, communication-wise, who's going to be the one making the calls? That could make it a little difficult. Usually when you're on a big team, you usually have a coach that is saying, like, hey, you need to push, hey, you need to save, blah, 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 blah. Now, these two are probably going to be doing it themselves. I'm not sure how used they are to that. I mean, they went from not really being in Beacon to almost qualifying for Div 1. They did lose against Galactic Baguettes. So, you know, LGB, they do show a lot of promise. They probably, I think this is going to be the match to determine how the entire season's going to go. Will the nerves kick in? Are they going to struggle at the beginning? Or are they going to just come out the gate swinging and then pretty much show everyone like why they probably should have been in Div 1?
Yeah, possibly. Well, a lot of pressure on that. Listen, we're about to get into this match, so I'm going to ask for single word predictions from both of you here on the desk. CoPro, one word, which team comes out on top?
5 wheels or 5W. Sorry.
5 wheels, 5W, whatever name they're going by. We had 3 wheels in the last match, 5 in this one. Randomize, who are you going with?
Unfortunately, I'm going to also go 5W.
Okay, well, we'll wait and see. We're going to head straight on over to the casters, one of whom on this occasion is me.
Right, one of them is you, but one of them is me. I am back. I have returned. It's as if you can't get rid of me, and you won't. For the next hour, it's me, it's New Lake right here to cover this first of Div 2 matches, and I'm excited. I mean, I'm already starting to get used to these warm-up timers, by the way, so I do realize we don't even have time to banter. We don't have to talk about it. We have action to get to. We have maps to be playing. So, Les Galettes Bretons. First is the 5W starting things off here on Mander.
They watch, you slip, you phone, who this, who cares, move it, you know how we do this. You know how we do this. Hands up, shooting, you lights, shooting.
What a map to kick things off for Division 2 with. We're heading straight on in to Mander. This is just our way as well of double checking. Oh, assuming it is Mander, assuming we've not been baited, outsmarted. Hang on. No, that's still blue. That is still blue. And it is still Mander. So we are into a short warm-up on this, and we're going to watch it. Hey, let's see what the players are doing in the warm-up this time around. Boney, the important thing is I'm not going to cast warm-up.
No, this is definitely one of the last things anybody would do, really. Imagine, though, being that guy. Surely couldn't be me at any point in time. This is not the point to share the link. Don't even look up the clip, guys. There's no clips. If you can find a clip of me casting warm-up, honestly, I'll put out a €50 bounty for that right now. Like, no questions asked. That's how sure I am.
I have to say, watching the Red Bull Faster event that went on, I was really hoping that Medic would cast a warm-up. Not out of like spite or anything, but if Medic had cast a warm-up, then you point to it and you'd be like, see, it can happen to anyone. It's not my fault. Except it turns out he's a consummate professional, and at no point did he cast a warm-up. But no risk of it anymore. Warm-up is done. We will be heading into our first round on Mander. LGB, as we're going to call them, I think, through the course of this match, rather than pronouncing the full name every time. It is LGB up against 5W. We'll see who comes out on top. Difficult map to start things off on, and, you know, kind of talking about on the desk, this is a map to settle the nerves maybe for these teams in Div 2. It's a difficult map to settle on.
Yeah, Jan already having some issues with, which is quite a tough start to a track. Already the first 15 to 20 seconds are involving you jumping out onto the ice, setting the slide up to get onto the wall right. Then from that wall right in the water to set up for another ice slide. There's a lot that can go wrong, a lot that can definitely curse these players along the way. Jan this time around drawing the short end of the stick. So Marsley right now set to defend, and doing a phenomenal job of it. Honestly, this long chicane right here, he does make it through beautifully. Barely avoids the wall, and for the time being, oh, with Vortex actually having a bit of an issue from one drop into a cinder block. It is going to be Marsley for the time being defending 5W's honor. Will it be a draw? Only time can tell. Vortex just needs to cross, and yeah, it is a draw.
Hey, important thing to remember about the duo format, right? Here we go. If one of your players wins every single round, you simply cannot lose the match. I mean, sure, it might end up at 20-20 if the other player loses every single round in 4th place. But as long as you're in 1st place, you can't get worse than a draw, right? So if you've one player that's really feeling it, one player that's looking really quick, and Marsley looked good in that 1st round, is looking great off the start line in round 2 here as well. Things are feeling pretty comfortable for 5W. You're just looking for Jan to maybe step up in a single round. Of course, still plenty of track to go, and out of the ice slide, Novu and Vortex both really pushing past Marsley.
Yeah, getting overtaken right there, and Novu does have to lead. Marsley, I'm not quite sure what happened right there. Didn't lose any speed for that, but seemed like a little bit of a clip transitioning from one dirt block to the other. And actually, Jan able to catch up as well, as Vortex is now starting to deliver in a little bit of speed, a little bit of pace. In fact, Jan going forward like a rocket after a bit of a troublesome round number 1. Round number 2 is looking a lot cleaner for the 5W player. Still though, Novu is finding each and every potential opportunity to attack, to overtake, to go for it, and this is the ideal point to do so as well. Just a couple of turns remaining. Is Novu going to be able to keep the defense? Is it going to be another draw? Will that just drive 1st place forehead work? And it will. Barely.
I panicked. I saw Novu catch that edge, grind along it into the finish, and I was like, that's a miss. Novu has missed. That's going to be an ace. It wasn't. And I mean, the difference between an ace and that draw, ooh, that's a swing right there. So Novu doing a great job holding on in round 2. 2 rounds gone. And, well, I mean, look, both teams have 2 points, so I guess it's not nothing, but still nothing to separate them.
No, everything's still to play for. Just saying that we're getting closer to the end of the match isn't really accurate as much. Yes, technically it is, but 2-2, still plenty of time for things to go either way. And Marsley, instead of going straight forward, took a sharp left right there. And so it is Jan who, I don't know if he cares looking at his car, but I mean, if there's ever a time to care, this is a way to do so. Maybe even if it's a round win, at least not an ace, but a touch right there may allow LGB to pick up 3 points without contest.
Yeah, Les Galettes Breton having a lovely time of it in this 3rd round. They just need to keep clean, and I mean, honestly, easier said than done here at the end of Mander. It is so tight. As you know, we've kind of talked about some of these tracks. There's not really a good way to save it. Vortex full crashes. Does he still have time? Respawn's there. Jan's through. Vortex versus Marsley. Vortex holds on by less than a 1/10 of a second to still pick up a round win. It's not an ace, but they have got a 1-point advantage.
They do. It's the first time that either team has been able to get away from one another, even just by a singular point, but that was quite unfortunate. I'm not sure if going for the risky fin right there was the right play, honestly, with the gap that was built up. They easily could have gone for the save, security ace, but it may just be just driving the laps, just driving the round that they're used to, and neglecting the situation that was actually at hand. Felt like the wrong choice in that. But hey, sometimes there's pressure, sometimes you're not thinking about it. Sometimes Jan and Vortex making the exact same mistake and slowing down, but Vortex losing even more speed. And so 5W has an opportunity to recuperate some of the loss.
Absolutely. It's one of the things that, you know, I mean, obviously the difference between Div 1 and Div 2 a lot of the time is pace, but we saw a lot of really good decision making around safe finishes in our Division 1 match that we just watched as well. And even yesterday, watching kind of some of the Nemesis matches on stream, the decision making around when to safe, when to risk, really, really solid. And I'm looking to see if that kind of pops up in Div 2 as well, or if it continues to just be like, oh, we're 3 seconds clear, both of our players, we're both going risky fin anyway. We'll wait and see on this one. It's definitely risky fin. Novu did make the finish. That was a full crash from Marsley. Jan is through. Marsley will still make it in front of Vortex. That is a 3rd draw of the match. 4 rounds played and 1 point different.
Yeah, 5-4. It's definitely turning out to be a close one. Honestly, was hoping for that as well. All 4 players definitely evenly matched in that regard, and also great to see their play here on our new map on Mander. So, I mean, honestly, if you have been thinking about, man, what were my pick'ems for this one again? If you haven't done so, you did miss out on East Circuit Mania. But this definitely, for me, was one of the two, one of matches where I'm like, I don't know. I don't know who's going to take it. It definitely could easily go either way, even with this first map already being a close one. We still have 4 maps remaining. This could easily be a long one as well, as with the moment. It is looking like another tie.
Oh,
though.
Well, still potentially tie. Jan was not far behind, is just behind Vortex right now, but the battle up front still close. Marsley does need to hold on to secure that potential tie for his team, and then we'll see what happens between third and fourth. Marsley so nearly put the car on the wall there, but the exit is solid now, a little bit more pace setting down the hill. Has a little bit of track remaining, but it's hard to really gain ground through these tight, winding turns at the end. Marsley just needs to not miss the finish, won't do so. Novu's second. Vortex had extended the lead back to Jan, who made a mistake anyway around that final corner. Doesn't matter if he finishes now, but you want to anyway. That'll be another draw. Boney, it's getting out of hand.
It's starting to get a little bit repetitive, Boney, guys. Come on, could somebody...
Boney, I know. A schedule to keep today, and we've had 5 draws? 4 draws out of 5
I mean,
rounds.
Honestly... Some could call these people artists at this point with the amount that they've been drawing, but at some point, something has to break. It's hard to say who's going to be.
Usually a paintbrush, it's usually a pencil. I get frustrated. Something gets broken.
Exactly. I mean, Marsley and Novu so far really have been the two that have been exchanging these back and forths. I mean, Jan and Vortex definitely, doing what they need to do for their duo, but it does seem like it usually comes down to those two, right? Once again, though, we are in draw positions once again. We'll see if that will manifest into something else. For now, Marsley has the lead. As long as Jan sticks to that third place, that could be, well, not a draw per se, but we'll draw up the score. Again, a couple of turns remaining. Let's see how the risky goes.
Yeah, gonna come down to this risky fin. It's so close between everyone. Marsley leads from Novu there, both into the finish. Vortex hits it, and Jan behind had respawned, and that is disastrous, frankly, for 5 Wheels, because if they had managed to win that round, sure, brings us back to an overall draw on the match, but now 1 point still behind their opponents. LGB with an ace, as unlikely as that sounds, given how the match has gone so far. With an ace, they could just win it right now.
They can. Will they though? I mean, thus far, all signs point to no. But hey, I am not one if a sucker for surprises. I could say a lot about current positions, but thus far it hasn't really mattered in the grand scheme at all. But Novu does have quite the lead over the rest of the players in the match right now. About 3 tenths ahead. Vortex lagging behind just a tiny bit. But only Marsley though, they need to step things up. What a way for map number 1 to end, if after 6 rounds of close Trackmania action, for it to just end with an ace. I mean, it is a way to end things, but I feel like it doesn't surface, it just is surface to what is happening right now, though. At the moment, it's exactly what it's looking to turn out to. And oh no, never mind. Why am I saying these things? It is the issue, a no slide, a no drift, but now finishes.
He didn't make it in. He did not make it into the finish. That's an ace, baby.
That is an ace.
Is a map win for LGB. I mean, Novu, who had been rock solid, so reliable, all map long, has the mistake near the end, and Boney, it doesn't even matter. The Mander risky fin just claiming lives.
My brain is just still half of it is on my desk right now. The way everything went down there, honestly, it's brutal. Unfortunately, we do have a little bit of time to recuperate. We got another map ready and waiting to be played. We're going to move on to map number 2, Orbit.
We find light in the moment and not when you hear the music stop. I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo. In the echo.
Breton leading 1-0 after a onslaught, a slugfest. Honestly, that one went to round 8 to determine our win for map number 1. We're playing 5 maps, whether you like it or not. And honestly, I'm a big fan of this, so if you don't like it, I don't want to know you. Marsley with the first crash, though, on map number 2, Orbit, and we're already off to a interesting start here for our second map.
Everybody settle in for the first 80-minute ever Beacon match. I'm so ready for it.
Schedule is dead.
Let's go. Yeah. Hey, Jan has managed to overtake Novu. That's absolutely huge. Novu did have a really solid performance on map 1 on Mander. Still looking good here on our first round on Orbit. They'd be looking for an ace to kick things off, but Jan currently in position to deny it as we head into that eponymous Orbit, circling the hole in the ground. And Jan comes out with a lead, an important lead in round 1, but there's Jan gone. Ace formation for Vortex and Novu. They just need to get it into the finish, and this risky, it is less risky than Mander.
It definitely is. I mean, they were pretty much lined up, souped up, ready to go. If it wasn't a trio of players, I would have called it a 180, but instead it's just the 2 making it across, an ace on the board. 3-0, second ace of the match as well. And right now, Orbit starting off not looking as close as we saw Mander. Still, though, doesn't say a lot. There's still a lot to be played for Marsley and Young. I don't think they'll be slowing down. This is one of the tracks that we have seen them play during qualifiers, and they were looking very strong on this one as well. So let's call that one a fluke. Let's see how this round is going to go, as Marsley does have the lead for the time being.
That is the issue, is call it a fluke if you want. It's still 3 points on the scoreboard, and ace being a massive swing in this format. It is one of the things that, you know, players were asked about before kind of the Beacon Duo League started. Are you fine with an ace being worth 3 points? Would you prefer to move it down potentially to 2 points versus 2 points for the ace team, 0 points for the losing team, just to maybe make it slightly less punishing? And the decision for the majority of players was, yeah, no, the 3 points, the big swing. If you get an ace, it's good if it feels rewarding, and it is a massive swing. Not looking like an ace this time around, Boney. Unless Marsley makes a mistake right at the finish line here, that will be Marsley crossing. A little bit scary for Novu at the finish, but it will be a draw.
It will be. I mean, honestly, if things were to go wrong, I imagine cabin in the woods type situations. And for those who know. Fortunately for Marsley, he is able to make it across, no problems whatsoever. He escaped the cabin, he escaped the nightmare. And, well, for now, though, I mean, it's not necessarily a nightmare, but it's not looking like a nice situation either. That is a draw. That is still a 3-point differential, 4-1 in favor of Les Bretons. And Novu and Vortex still sticking on to Jan and Marsley's heels. They haven't been looking as solid thus far through these last 2 rounds. Hopefully round number 3 will be a bit more fortunate. Going through the quarter pipe round, everybody's still up for grabs for those points.
Yeah, a gap of less than a tenth. It's now slightly more than a tenth across this pack of 4. Novu leads the way. It is technically a draw formation, but that's going to change as we head through the rest of the track. Wheel to wheel up front between Marsley and Novu. Jan and Vortex close behind as well. We're separating out into kind of 2 separate battles right now, as Marsley and Novu continue to have absolutely nothing between them. Marsley takes the lead. Novu tries to fight back, goes a little bit more inside on that great speed from Marsley, who will win the race to the line. And that is the most exciting draw that we have had yet, but it is still a draw.
It is still a draw. No differences made, and it does feel like
back an alarm is going off in this building.
Oh well, yeah. You make sure you get out safe. In the meantime, we'll be taking at the action while we have New Lake dealing with some other action along the way. Young with an unfortunate mistake right there early on onto the dirt does mean that Marsley is left on his own, and right now 5W really having issues with Orbit, just unable to get their footing in, perhaps miscalculating the speed that they need to stay in Orbit. I really fought for that pun right there, but hey, sometimes you gotta bring those in. Novu and Vortex, great defense from the Les Bretons players right now. Could make it 7-2 with current positions. Well, 7-3, I should say, as Marsley is still fighting hard, still fighting firm, still fighting fast. It's to try and get in. Actually, both players pretty much side by side. It's going to come down to the orbit sector of this one as Marsley comes into it with a small touch. Very unfortunate, and hopefully New Lake with the sounds of that, that's not you coughing up some smoke.
No.
Unfortunately, hopefully everything is
All
fine.
good. Yeah, all good. Back just in time to watch an ace, a third of the match for LGB, as they've really now pulled away on orbit as Marsley will head face first into a pole just to round things out. Yeah, wasn't my problem. Part of the building I don't have access to. The burglar alarm was going off, and so I'm just gonna sit here and be fine.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, as long as we're that would be something. Just have burglars come in, grab your stuff while you're there. I'm working here. What are you doing?
Yeah. No, luckily we're safe. Do you know who's not safe right now, Boney?
I think I have an inkling. Yeah.
It's Five Wheels.
Yeah.
They are
not getting
having
better.
a rough time of it here on orbit. Yeah.
No, they are in a very, very tough position. I mean, where Mander was looking a lot less of a situation where 5W were able to, come back to it, and it just came down to that one ace at the end. This one, no, honestly, Vortex and Nofu are looking phenomenal here. Every single time they've been driving beautifully. I mean, honestly, in terms of mistakes made, have been minuscule. I think only Vortex had one bad round, or at least one bad finish, and that's it. But Marsley, though, doesn't know when to quit, doesn't know when to say no. He will keep fighting on. He will keep the dream alive and gets first place out of it. And so, like I Peloton do only require one player in second place, really, from this point on. And it's going to be up to the 5 Wheels to win with an ace 3 times in a row if they still want this track.
Yeah, well, 2 aces in a row, and then they're back to tied and can simply win around. At that point, if they win 2 rounds in a row, if they get 2 aces, then they can let LGB get a player into the top 2.
Sure.
Easier said than done, right? Back-to-back aces at this point, with LGB having had 3 aces so far in the match. 5W searching basically for their first round win. They haven't won a round yet, right? They have drawn a lot of rounds, but they haven't even won a round. They need back-to-back aces. And hey, while we were saying that, Jan did unfortunately have a small incident, a little moment, is now nearly a full second behind. Marsley hanging on for dear life, but barring big mistakes from both Novu and Vortex, this is going to be it. Map 2 in the books. And this is one of those moments that we kind of talk about, you know? You can kind of see it immediately. Novu is still really aggressively chasing Marsley, just keeping the pressure high. Vortex kind of taking a little bit easier. Down by 2 tenths now, just to play a little bit safer.
I mean, Marsley, he's just doing it for your pick'ems. You know he's doing it. Unfortunately, he does falter right there at the end, allowing Novu to overtake. But I'm sure anybody who had Marsley in their pick'ems will be happy with the way he is driving. Does get a second place. At the end of it all, it was already looking to be a win right there for like a Piton. That one went from a draw win to a win. And so they will pick up their second map with that. 3 maps remaining, and I mean, we're definitely not flying through this match at all. It is still jam-packed with action, though. I am hoping that 5W will be able to recuperate, will be able to show off more of their skill in this Triller coming up.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play.
Welcome to Thriller, and it is do or die time for 5W, at least if they want any chance of chasing down that extra point that you get for winning the match. I mean, look, even if they drop this one, they could still win the last 2 matches, walk away with 2 league points. But if they want a chance at getting those 3 map wins, if they want a chance at the 3 map wins, and then obviously getting 3 map wins, taking that 1 extra point that the team with more map wins gets, They got to win this one. And right now, well, it's not looking ideal. Jan with an early mistake. Marsley has stayed alive and has pulled out a big half-second lead.
Look, I have a 4-letter word for you to describe the situation that we are in right now. I could draw it out for you if you want me to, honestly, but I don't think I need. Sick. Nah, not quite.
Wild.
Perhaps, but getting closer and closer. I feel, well, you got 1 letter. We'll make it a Wordle. We'll make it a Wordle, all right?
Oh. Yeah, okay. That's to crib from chat. The 4-letter word is obviously damn, Marsley.
Damn,
Hey, another round win for Marsley. Unfortunately, Jan finishing about 3.5 seconds back from Novu means that, yeah, the 4-letter word to describe that round is draw.
It is a bit of a draw, a bit of a southern draw. Not really, actually. Maybe a one for the American Masters, actually. I'm gonna write that down, guys. Please write that down for me. Make sure I don't forget about that. Jan, though, with a bit of a stronger start. Jan really has been having some issues throughout, well, I mean, the rounds since Orbit, and this time around Marsley as well, faltering a little bit. Does go for the safe route in the end to try and stay a little bit in the lap. And in fact, Vortex messing up the 360. I mean, it is definitely one of those sectors where at this point in time, it does look like, I want to say like 85-90% of the time players are able to make it through. But hey, there is always that potential for things to go wrong. And so Marsley with the safe route, still coming out on second for the time being.
Yeah, this could be okay for 5W. Marsley is still in the hunt a little bit. Half-second down on Novu. It'll be a mistake from Novu if it's anything for 5W in this round. It's a touch from Novu. A little bit more speed from Marsley. Does Novu still have the speed to make this fin? It's going to be close. Novu does squeak across the line, takes the round win. It got dangerous at the end. Vortex looking for a third, and that will be a round win for LGB. A hit. Separation in points and not a draw. They are up 3-2 on map 3.
Yeah, lead of 1 point, definitely something to be overcome still, but at the same time, 5W, yeah, I'm trying to, yeah, I think they've had 1 victory this entire match. Am I saying that correctly? Because it's been draw after draw after draw. For most of these, we've seen a couple of aces come out from LGB, but other than that, it's really been a tough match for 5W to really get into it, right? At no point has Vortex or Novu giving them any scraps, right, to deal with, to fight with, to try and grab any type of advantage out of it. And it's a really, really tough one for the time being, though. It's going to be that singular wheel, Jan, who will be in the lead in first place, and Novu and Vortex are following suit, looking for any and all mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I think that's been unfortunate for 5W is Jan has had a little bit of a rough time of it occasionally in this match, but as you can see in this round, Jan doing really well. Marsley is a second behind, right? They've just not been able to link up those solid performances together. And, you know, if Marsley was playing like Marsley has played in a lot of previous rounds, that's an easy ace for 5W. That's at least a round win, right? But instead, they will settle for another draw, and that is one of the struggles with the duo format, is timing your solid performances, getting both players to have a breakout round at the same time.
Yeah, and especially with duo in that regard, right? That ace swing that can happen, that 3-point jump is massive, and just being able to get that at the right time is going to be a monumental shift in the momentum of the match itself.
I'll say it. I think the right time for an ace in the duo format is every time.
Oh, definitely.
Never a bad time to get an ace.
Are you trying to tell me that driving first place is the best strategy to have? Really?
True. Hey, yeah, it might be the strategy now. Jan appears to slightly be waking up. God forbid I say that he was slightly asleep in previous points in this match, but Jan potentially back-to-back round wins. This time around, Marsley is having a solid performance. Marsley is in second place, and this could be not just the first ace for 5W, this could be their first round win. Getting an ace on it as well would be huge.
Massive in that regard, just not only from the match point of view, but also from a morale point of view. Novu is a bit close, but both Jan and Marsley make the jump on the quarter pipe beautifully, will make it across, and will get their first ace, their first round win on the board. With that, they finally take the lead for once in the match. 4-6, it's 2-point gap, still something that can be overcome by LGB, but at the same time, it is that advantage that they've been looking for, they've been hunting for this entire match thus far.
Yeah, that's massive first lead for 5W, and if they can continue to drive like that, Jan has been driving really well the last couple of rounds. If that continues on, and with Vortex making a mistake, all of a sudden this is very dangerous for LGB. They're potentially staring down the barrel of being down 4-9, 8 to 5. I mean, those
Even
are both
that?
painful sounding scores, to be totally honest with you. At the moment, Novu doing his best, but there you go, the big mistake from Novu. A crash into that wall means it is 1-2. It is ace formation. Marsley clips. There's no speed. Marsley, you gotta respawn that. Never going to make that following jump, and so Novu back up into second place. Marsley dropping down, but is now behind Vortex as well. It's about a long way behind Vortex. Jan is just driving the track alone, I guess world record hunting at this point.
Yeah, did have a bit of an unfortunate jump up the quarter pipe, so we'll decide to go for the right side jump instead of the left side jump. And unfortunate that Marsley did have some issues with that no brake sector, unable to make it across, and is in the end having to make it another draw. Make sure to put in your commissions if you want these players to draw something for you. I'm sure there will be, some way to submit your favorite fan fiction of, I don't know. I don't even want to think about it actually now I'm saying it. Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Absolutely. Or, hey, if you just want to throw money at something, there is, of course, always the option to donate to the Beacon prize pool. Get the Beacon skins for the Beacon Duo League, and all the money, of course, goes back into the prize pool, and I believe that's it. It just goes into the prize pool, which is great. Hey, we're through the 360 now on Thriller. A little bit of a dance in the middle of the track. 5W sitting 1-2 again. Vortex 3/10 behind. Novu half a second down. Marsley touches a wall, and it is no longer a 1-2. Hasn't fallen a long way behind, though. This is still looking like a good round for 5W, assuming Marsley could make that jump. And it looks like neither Jan or Marsley made the jump in the middle of the track. And so all of a sudden, LGB are sitting 1 and 2. And this is looking like it could be LGB retaking the lead.
Yeah, that's going to be an ace for Let's Piton. Sure, the chat will already be going. Well, I'm just waiting for the copy pasta to happen at this point in time. But yeah, it's that. I mean, we've been talking about the 360, and the 360 obviously is something to be worried about, as the ace is shouted out by our favorite robot voice. I don't know. But it really comes down to that no brake sector is so punishing if you don't make that. The 360 you could salvage. You could get through still, even with a small touch, but that no brakes, if you mess up, you go back to checkpoint. You lose 4, 5, 6 seconds easily, depending on how early on you make that mistake. And yeah, that is very, very costly, though. The 360 coming up once again. First place of survival. Marsley does crash out, but again, survivable. He could still keep going. He'll be behind by a couple of seconds. It's going to be the no brake sector. Let's see how it goes this time around.
Vortex getting really close to the wall there. Jan is going to move through onto first place. Vortex is very slow. Is hopefully going to make that jump. I guess we'll find out. Looking at the splits, Jan into first place needs to hold on to this first place for the team. Vortex has survived and is still right alongside his teammate. It's 2 cars in purple hunting down a lone Jan who has survived the last jump. Vortex tried to stay really low on that quarter pipe. Jan will cross the line in first place. It will be a draw. The score sits at 9-8. 9-8. It's not quite the 9-7 guaranteed match ender.
Not quite. A win for 5W. Just a victory, right? Bring us into overtime. I think our first overtime. I'm gonna say first overtime we've had in the league. Maybe I've missed it during qualifiers, but
there might have been one in qualifiers. Almost definitely there was one somewhere. There was a lot of qualifier matches.
Oh
but,
yeah,
that's Novu
I'm sure there's
struggling.
One.
Early, hang on. This is potentially an ace. I mean, look, very early in the round, and Novu
I was about to say
all that far behind.
Fall down there.
Just as a reminder, I mean, 5W are still in a position. They've left themselves in a position to just still win the map here. 360 in the middle. Jan carries so much speed out of the middle of it there. I feel that's really where he's been gaining advantages on the track, and then just holding them to the end.
Yeah, we'll go into the no-break sector. Young going very close to the wall, but makes it through. Marsley also getting through nicely. Does the jump happen? Yes, it does. Vortex crashes, though, and Novu has to set up the chase, has to catch up. They're 1 point away from winning this track. Second place is all that Le Bretons needs, but the jump fails. He doesn't make the jump up. He crashes out. Marsley and Young just need to cross the finish line. It is going to be Marsley in 1. It's going to be Young in 2, and it's going to be 5W. I mean, what a way to win a track, but a track they won indeed. First one on the board. Look like Le Breton does still have the 2, but hey, what an ace for 5W, and what a win to close things out here on Triller. What a Triller indeed.
That was absolutely fantastic. I mean, credit to them, and I think credit for me goes to Jan on that map for the squad. Marsley was definitely the player on the first 2 tracks, keeping them in the fight. Jan was kind of, unfortunately, not really able to compete very aggressively on Mander, on Orbit. But on track 3 there, absolutely massive. And, well, we'll get ready then to head straight on to our 4th map, and it's going to be a close one.
Track number 4, Marabello. Water wheels first in. Everybody makes their way out of the water. I mean, Le Breton does lead 2-1. But what a cracking Div 2 match it's been thus far. Marsley and Jan finally able to show off what they're made of on Triller, but it's not over just yet. Now, note as well, I think good to remind everybody, this is not a best of 5. We are playing all 5 tracks regardless of who wins this one. So even if like Breton does win it here 3-1, they can still make it 4-1 technically on our last track. But for now, I mean, Jan and Marsley, I think they've got a taste for victory. They've been sampling the waters. They've been checking out how things are. They're finally ready to jump into the deep end of the pool. And right now, they are leading, well, by about 0.2 of a second. Doing a great job of it until I go a bit on too long. German Jan, unfortunately, I say German Jan for those that know, has some issues with the broken sector, and Marsley will bring in first place, but it's still going to be another draw. Fortunately, commissions are still open, guys. Be sure to bring those in.
Yeah, that was Jan just turning into a wall a little bit there. Unfortunate. Hey, round 1, get things started. I'm nervous. That is shades of map 1 and 2. That is reminding me a little bit of Mander and Orbit, where things were looking good a lot of the time for 5W, and unfortunately a lot of the time it was Jan who was making the mistake that was costing 5W those round wins, those aces, that was turning them into a draw. But we saw a different side of Jan on Thriller. We saw a Jan that was capable of stepping up, securing the round wins, keeping them in it, and ultimately securing a couple of aces for the teams as well alongside Marsley. So with Jan up and fighting for first place right now, it is very, very close early on in this round.
Very close on, and Marsley, what a slide around right there with the watery wheels. Slides into third place. Vortex not taking it as efficiently as he could have, but Jan does keep the wheels nicely sealed. Make sure that for 5W, the worst that could happen is a draw. The best could be a victory as we get into that fragile sector. This time around, Jan does come through unscathed. His wheels are still sticking to it nicely. Final few drifts remaining. Don't think an ace will be able to come out of this, but a victory is a-okay as well. 5W, they're picking up 2 points of their own, do take the lead with only a singular point, but even then, honestly, a singular point with the way these teams have been played could make the difference, though. We've seen how close that singular point can mean for a win in the end.
Yeah, it's one of those things I think will be really interesting to potentially track over the course of this Beacon Duo League. Is kind of, I'd expect week 1 to be much more full of aces and draws than the rest of the competition, right? Because a draw a lot of the time means, yeah, we've got one team that's quick, and then there's one player on the team who is very crashy, right? And as kind of teams get more used to the maps, as the gaps close between all of the players in the competition, those kind of just regular round wins become a lot more common, become a lot more likely. And I think we're going to end up seeing potentially, you know, closer matches, obviously, as the weeks go on, but closer also because you're just kind of seeing less rounds where it's just decided by crash.
Yeah, it's less big swings and more just solid play, and it's optimizations that make the difference versus, well, in this case, Vortex, I think, given an example of that, does have an unfortunate touch right there, making it that we are once again in the drawing position of sorts. Novu crossing into first, Jan and Marsley on second and third. Vortex will close things out in fourth. And so the gap remains at 1 point, but yeah, players will discover more, will, you know, just get more and more used to these lines, and it's going to be a lot more of consistency and pace than it is going to be about taking advantage of your opponent's mistakes in a, well, in ways you didn't expect to do so.
Absolutely. It is 5W with a lead at the moment on map 4. Potentially reverse sweep. I'm saying it far too early. I'm sorry. Everyone forget that you heard that as Novu and Vortex. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, immediately in this round, there is my punishment. Novu and Vortex move through into first and second place. Still plenty of track to go. We've seen issues at the fragile part of the track that's coming up. And Vortex losing a little bit of speed on the wall exit there. Got so close to the inside. Compromised exit line, but has kept the car alive. Nice driving by Vortex to keep the car on track through that section.
Yeah, Yondo does carry a bit more speed coming out of the third sector right there. Shoots himself into third place. So once again, finding ourselves in drawn positions. Novu in first. Marsley a bit too far away to really make something happen. You could, if you were a bit closer, take a bit more risk on these final few turns, get these drifts a bit more tighter, but we'll have to settle for another 2-3. It is a bit of a slog, right? It does drag on, but we are slowly inching towards that that final 10-pointer. And the main issue really is, at some point, something's got to give. Someone is going to falter. You can't keep doing this. Like, if we are able to have these draws for 5 more rounds, 5W will be just fine. They'll be happy about that. But it's the journey that is the major issue and all of that. It's quite the trek.
Yeah, Vortex with a big crash early in this round. Might not be a trek, might turn into a sprint yet, as it is Marsley and Jan up against Novu at the front of the track. Here is where Vortex started to lose speed on the last round, and you could see it. It was super interesting round, honestly, because Vortex, that loss of speed just snowballed through the entire rest of the track, basically. Just continued to slip further and further behind, ultimately leading to the draw. This time around, Vortex is about a second behind once again. Marsley has moved through into first place. Jan and Novu wheel to wheel. Few corners left to go into the fragile section. No mistakes from anyone, but Novu is pushing. Great exit from Marsley. Good exit from Jan. Marsley with a touch. Novu into first. Jan still chasing, trying to salvage the round. Has gotten past Novu with 1 jump to go. Jan will take the round win. Marsley settles into third, and 5W will extend their lead.
There you go. I mean, that's exactly what I was discussing, well, trying to explain in the previous round. If the gap is small enough, you can take more risks on that last drift heading into the finish, and Jan did a phenomenal job right there, just making sure that he carried as much exit speed and tried to get as little of a drift as possible just to get around that turn to turn that draw into a victory. Beautiful stuff. I mean, Novu is doing a phenomenal job, honestly, in terms of defense. Vortex not looking as clean here on Marabello. And, well, you know, when you open your mouth as a caster, you realize that at some point you will make mistakes, even if they will happen in the future. You still made the mistake. Well, it was Novu's mistake that led me to make my mistake. And unfortunately, this is the worst of times for one of the 2 players from LGB to fall out of this top 2, as Jan and Marsley are currently in ace position, and they could close out map number 4.
Yeah, and I mean, it'd feel kind of quick, kind of out of nowhere. Round win into an ace, 5 quick points, and that'll catapult you up. But I think the number of draws we've been seeing across this match starting to get us a little bit complacent. And this is not a format that rewards that. LGB have just dropped 2 maps in a row. Both of them lost to an ace in the final round, as 5W will tie the match overall. 2 maps apiece. Both teams guaranteed walking away with 2 league points. But Boney, one of these teams is about to get 2 more points. They will double their points for the match on the final map.
Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned already this isn't a best of 5, but it may as well have been at this point in time. It is going to be a fight for that final point. We've got 1 more map remaining. It's one of the new maps that we still had left, and I mean, if there is ever a track for things to end, this is definitely the one. It's going to be Skelear Rogue from Vixa.
This shit, they go insane.
Heading into the Rouge map, Skelear Rogue. We are ready to go on this one. A decisive map 5. 2 league points on the line with both teams sitting at 2 maps apiece. 5W, the team on the charge. They've had a resurgence in the last 2 maps. But I'll be honest, Boney, I'm expecting this one to get messy.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Skelear Rogue, it's a new track. Players only have been able to play it for a week. 2, it's a very precise track, and honestly, both teams have been having issues to get that accuracy on point, to get that consistency on point. And 3, it is the last map of the match. Pressure is as high as it will ever be in this situation, right? They're playing for an additional point. That additional point could make all the difference for promotion relegation at the end, for winning this Beacon Duo League Division number 2, because honestly, both teams are looking phenomenally. I don't know what is happening in the other ones, but I think anybody who will face off against these 2 teams has something to deal with. Oh, risky though. Keep your eyes open.
Risky Finn is always going to be dangerous. Who survives? Not Jan. Marsley does, though, and Marsley's managed to get a snipe off, overtaking Vortex, beating him out by 36 hundredths of a second. Jan gets a second bite at the apple, but it doesn't matter. Can DNF at this point, and it will still count as a victory for LGB. But Marsley saves it from being anything worse.
Yeah, gets the turn around there beautifully, and just barely overtake it. It definitely is one of the tracks where you could be driving in ace formation for all of this track, and it really does come down to, but do you know how to do the risky consistently? It is such a hard one to nail down, as we do have Jan falling by the wayside of the road, and all pressure again on Marsley, but Novu also lagging behind by about 0.4 of a second. So Marsley only has to worry about Vortex for the time being, and I mean, what a fight between the 2.
Yeah, wheel to wheel through this middle section of the track. Of course, so much will come down to the ending on this map as well. A little bit scary for Vortex on the inside there, adjusted the drift on the way through, but still in the fight, still in the hunt. It is just a small advantage gain for Vortex around these corners. Goes a lot wider on the drift. Marsley risking on the inside, carrying huge amounts of speed through him. The advantage is there. Those risks pay off for Marsley, a car's length ahead. It's less than a tenth, but that's all you need. One more jump to go at the finish line. Can Marsley nail it? Did in the first round, does not in the second round. Vortex through, Novu following and through as well. An ace for LGB, as Marsley cannot bring it home.
I mean, if there is ever a track for an ace, this is definitely one for it. I am so hard pressed to see the way things went down on map number 1 on Mander, where we had draw after draw after draw. Skelear Rogue doesn't do that. Skelear Rogue doesn't work that way. If you are not on point, ain't no way you can eke out a draw, and beautiful risky fin right there at the end from LGB to bring it to 5-1. I mean, what a gap from a victory to an ace, and you once again lose one of our 5W players, Jan. unable to make it through the first quarter of the track. And I mean, we once again see a fight occurring right here between Marsley and Vortex.
Yeah, I'd say this is the time to talk about the difference between precision and accuracy, as they are referred to scientifically, because Jan has precisely driven into the same wall over and over time. It's very repeatable. Unfortunately, not particularly accurate in that he's missing the gap and is hitting the wall instead. The battle up front continues. I mean, hey, if Marsley wins the round, right, all sins forgiven to a degree, it would just end up in the draw. And I mean, hey, there's still the chance that Vortex or Novu does miss. That's a respawn for Vortex. Marsley has hit the jump this time around. Will manage to make it across the line.
What are these respawns?
At worst to draw on. There is a lot of respawns
going
on further down the track. Vortex has gone again. Jan has gone through. Novu does cross the finish line. Jan has respawned. Vortex, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. 2 players finish, and if only 2 players finish, the player that wins the round. That's a round win for 5W, baby.
Hey, let's go, baby. This is what I expect from week 1. Honestly, this right there, that conclusion is what to me screams week 1 maps. You only had a week to practice. Well, good luck. Yep. And especially with how hard this risky is.
Put an identity at the end of this map. You have a week to learn it. Vortex is in space. Sick little backflip just there, although I think he landed on his neck and broke it. Marsley is in the wall ever so slightly, is still ahead of Novu, but look at the pace. Look at how fast Novu is catching. Just about as enough track, has enough runway to catch up and overtake Marsley. But then that drift, I was going to say, is going to equalize the speed. They would have been close together, but Novu chose to put the car in the wall. Marsley is clear in second place, 2 seconds away, but the risky Finn looms.
I mean, Jan needs to go for the safe. If he's listening along, let me just coach you right here, right now. Take the safe. All right, do not even bother. Thank you. Great job. 10 out of 10. Marsley doing much of the same. Getting very close to the water, actually. Has to slow down. But yeah, Vortex and Novu just too far behind to do anything about the situation. Just too many mistakes happening on their end. This ace was something they could do nothing about towards the second half of the track, but it was all owed to their mistakes, allowing 5W to even out the score 6-6. So despite the lack of draws, we still find ourselves in a drawn position.
Yeah, I mean, much quicker way to reach a draw, though, is to have a couple of aces thrown in there for good measure. It is all of a sudden, 6-6, and honestly, 5W been looking very solid over the last couple of rounds. It'll come down to the mistakes. It'll come down to who can survive, it feels like, on Skelear Rogue. And what an ending to this match that is. Jan has had a small touch here, and there's a long section here where you just carry the speed all the way through. Expect to see Jan continue to fall. There it is, 8/10 behind now. That should even continue to extend all the way to here. Has dropped another 10th or so. Marsley just needs to find the way past at least one of LGB through the last parts of the track.
Yeah, but right now, LGB are duoing as well as they could duo. I mean, they're not quite side by side, but they are following suit. Vortex, though, having some issues on the plastic, allows Marsley to get into the mix of things, to get into a challenging situation. Only Nova remains. Let's see how that risky Finn goes. Once again, players setting up, turnaround. Nova and Marsley both have a beautiful lineup, but Vortex with a bit more speed overtakes, gets the snipe, and the ace goes the way of Le Galette Breton. And Jan may cross the finish line, but it's just a singular point right now for LGB to win this match 3-2. But we have seen crazier things happen. It is not over till it's over.
Yeah, 5W, ace or nothing. It's time to bring back the OTM World Tour duo spam. That is the eSIN score. Of course, 9-6 as things stand. Marsley out to a great start. Jan unfortunately has dropped slightly behind. It's not the end of the world just yet. It is starting to extend a little bit though. I think no real mistakes, but inaccuracies from Jan. Now a half second down. Marsley is fighting out there, but LGB, Le Galette Breton, they just need one player in the top 2. I mean, it's at the point where you probably get, if you get to the finish with the players here, I was going to say you send one safe, you send one risky, and you hope for the best. But that's a mistake from Novu. Vortex cannot afford a mistake now.
Yeah, Vortex will goes to go a little bit high there on the sausage block, still manages to maintain the line, stay in second place, and second place is all that is required. Marsley at this point is pretty much high and dry. We'll still have to go for the risky from the amount of time required to get across the save, but it's coming down to this final jump going down. Marsley looks good, Jan looks good. Vortex has a clip. Marsley and Jan will actually even out. No, he won't! Jan does make it, but Marsley does not! I could have sworn Marsley had enough speed, but he didn't. He lacked the speed, he lacked the finesse, he lacked the panache of sorts, and it is going to be a draw. The way we start things off, the way we end things off, it is LGB winning the match 3-2, getting that additional point for their troubles as well. But what a way to get to a point such as that.
Yeah, I suppose it makes sense that we end that match on a draw, but only we gotta keep moving. That match, it took a while. So many draws. Congratulations. We're gonna head back to the analyst desk. Boney, we'll see you again shortly. But for now, we gotta head back over. We're gonna have a quick chat with CoPro and Randomize. I mean, sitting on the outside looking in. CoPro, how you feeling about that? How that match went down? How that match ended, especially?
Yeah, it was so good. It was such a cinema. I don't know, they were very equal all across. I feel like Jan and Marsley 5W, they had a pretty rough start, and then they kind of bounced back, and I feel like that momentum carried, and maybe it went the other way for LGB. So yeah, it was a really close match. It was closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, randomized very quickly. I mean, we got to get the break. We got to get ready for our next match. But how are you feeling about Div 2 after watching our first match?
I gotta say, you know, Div 2 looking just as strong as Div 1, but I would say their shot calls are probably not as good as Div 1 as we saw on that last map. So yeah, we'll have to see how these guys improve on these maps.
We absolutely will. We're going to throw it immediately to a break and get ready for our next match of the day. We will be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. This is the Beacon Duo League.
Seen the light in the dark, but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. Would I surrender? 'Cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is done when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out. I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar 'cause I never miss. Yeah, everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize
welcome back to the Beacon Duo League, where we continue to move at breakneck pace through the day, getting ready for our second Div 2 match on stream. It is Pig versus Molotov Gaming. And Boney, Molotov Gaming, I think in particular, two names that have been around this community for a while.
Oh yeah, definitely. Both Mirana and Huso, players that have been prevalent in many tournaments. And in general, I know Huso specifically plays a lot with the TSCC. So playing in a team, definitely not something that comes as a surprise to him. Same goes to Piranha as well, honestly. Had the pleasure to meet him as well. Wonderful man. And a great tech player. Curious to see how the mixed section of things will go about for him as he does find himself in division number 2. Yeah, just curious to see how they will do, as they did come in as the bottom seed, but even then, they are two players that definitely have some tricks up their sleeves.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You mentioned it, but CoPro Pig do come in as the higher seed in this match. Are you kind of expecting them to show that in the match as well? And I suppose roll it straight into a prediction for me.
This is a hard prediction. I think I would go with Pig. You know, they are Team NF players, so it's kind of interesting to see how they're gonna do on these sort of maps. But I feel like they have the higher pace. Maybe I think Huso can lag behind a little bit.
Yeah.
No offense.
Yeah. Okay.
No
Not taken
offense,
by me.
I'm
I guess
taking
we'll
it
wait
for
and
him.
see.
How could you?
Yeah. We'll wait and see what Huso thinks and whether or not Huso takes offense by it. It definitely can be an issue. I think we kind of saw it, unfortunately, a little bit with Jan in the last match, struggling a little bit to kind of get going on them. And while Marsley was having great rounds, it led to the team losing points over the course of the match. Boney, I'd ask you for a prediction, but I'm going to tell you, we're just going to roll it straight on into a caster desk, and you can give your prediction over there. Does that seems fair to me. So we're going to head straight to the casters. It is our second Div 2 match of the day for the Beacon Duo League. Pig taking on Molotov Gaming. Randomize. Get back in here.
It's always nice to be back in the caster booth for sure. And I have to say, yeah, if we're talking about predictions for sure, Pig already has some experience. They already have a match down as Molotov is looking to do their first match right now. Pig ended up losing their first match 4-2. So it's going to be a question of whether or not they can bounce back from that match, Boney. So I'm curious who you would select. I mean, they did lose to Big Selecta.
Yeah, and that's definitely already a tough one. Lester and Yami looking well pracked already during qualifiers and just, ending up in division number 2 now. Still, though, I do believe that they have a good potential of winning it here. At the same time, with Huso and Piranha, both players are very much everything or nothing type deals, right? Everything could go well or everything could go wrong. Either way, it's definitely going to be a spicy one, in my opinion. I do think that if I were to give an edge, I may give it to Molotov like 3-2, but I don't think the gap will be bigger. It, again, would have to come down to things just going terribly wrong for Huso and Piranha, which is definitely possible.
Yeah, I can see how you are... You're leaning towards that one. I will say, though, knowing that Pig did lose their first match, and Neon's a young guy. I think he's somewhere around like 14 or something like that. So being a young player and you're coming off a loss, I know when I was younger and I was competing, like I used to compete back in first-person shooters. So it was very hard to just get my mind back into play, especially when you're playing in a very fast-paced competition. So my eyes are going to actually be straight on to Neon to really see, will Neon be able to bounce back from a loss, or will Neon just be like some other kids who really just don't care and just show up and play their game. You never know. There's always a big decider based on just the personality of the player, in my opinion. But you know what? This may be a bit of a bias pick, but I'm kind of rooting on for Molotov Gaming. I've been keeping an eye on Molotov. I'm happy to see Huso get as far as he has. I've been watching Huso for a long time and seeing the growth, just seeing players from his area just starting to get better and better at this game. So I'm a little more excited to see, players from like the Turkey area to just come in and show like, hey, like we actually have players over here. Like I love watching underdog regions really start to come out of nowhere and, put the better players up against the wall. Like it's one of those things that are very difficult for the newer players to deal with. You know, you're going in with it mentally knowing that you're playing people that are better than you at one point, but have you caught up is the real question.
Yeah, it's very easy to, especially with how established things are, to look at players and see them as these titans of sorts, right? Players to look up to, but you gotta look past that. You gotta get past it. You gotta at some point in time decide that you are the one to make your own story. And for right now, it's Pig and Molotov Gaming to start off their story between one another on map number 1. It's gonna be Mander.
Watch, you slip, you phone, who this, who cares, move it, you know how we do this. You know how we do this. Hands up, getting, you lights, shooting.
Into Mander we go as we start off the journey for these two teams. Pig already have a little bit of experience on these maps during competition. Molotov, first time being shown this season. And just off the bat, all 4 players already looking pretty good on one of the 2 new maps. Piranha, the farthest one back, with Huso up in front in a draw position, but Neon is going to be the player who's going to be pushing for that first place. Levon doing a good job holding Piranha back. But it's Huso that we are keeping an eye on now as Huso starts to push away from Neon. Neon still trying to find any position possible to get tighter on the insides. Oh, and there it is. Tried to go a little bit too much on the inside, unfortunately, like that. Neon will make a mistake and fall back into P4. So now it's looking good for Molotov Gaming as we could potentially start off this match with a victory, but we've seen the ending of this one as Piranha makes a mistake in the back and Levon could not get the snipe out. And that will be a victory starting this one off for Molotov Gaming in what looked to be somewhat of a good start, but then got a little shaky midway.
Yeah. Was I mean, Piranha that was stuck in a 4th place for a little bit of that. Came down to a mistake from Neon to fully solidify him to 3rd place. But even then, right, it does sometimes come down to simply that, right? Everybody could be driving their rounds, everybody could be making their way through, and at some point there will be this equilibrium of sorts that will start to occur. Unfortunately, so with a slight touch right there, will fall behind from the rest of the pack, and it's going to be up to Piranha to keep the defense up from Neon and Levon. And as you were mentioning earlier on, Neon in this situation being a younger player of sorts, maybe not as used to pressure situations or shaking off losses. Thus far, doing a good job. Does have a slight touch there on one of the poles. So we'll fall behind a bit. Oh, another touch on the wall again. So it's going to be Piranha and Levon who are going to be fighting for first place. And it's a fight between the two. We've seen how the risky Finn can make the difference. We'll see. Piranha has the first shot at it, makes his way up. Levon tries to snipe, doesn't make it by. Piranha with the PB at least online. We don't know if there's offline practice. We all know there's offline practice. But no, Piranha with that, picking up the W for Molotov Gaming, making it 2-4.
Yeah, no, really good for Molotov Gaming. Again, a second victory coming in. Neon making mistakes around the same part of the map. He was 1 corner off from hitting the same corner. We were talking about precision and accuracy. Well, Neon is proving that point of precisely hitting the same area over and over again. We'll see if Neon will be able to bounce back from this one. As it passed around, I started giggling a little bit because I took a peek in the back and Neon just started springing around because he wasn't making the jumps clearly and bounced around. Unfortunately, Neon is going to make another mistake there, slowly trying to climb up this dirt now as Piranha and Huso are sandwiching Levon. And Piranha will have to be careful here As he goes a little bit wide to try to build a little bit more exit speed here. Uso getting really close to that corner, being able to smack onto that brake fast enough, and Levon makes a mistake. So now it is the Molotov Gaming boys holding hands side by side as they are going to attack this very risky ending, and it's looking pretty good for them.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Levon makes a mistake, so it didn't even matter either way. An ace for Molotov Gaming. They're starting to run away with this map.
Yeah, Mander very much lock and key at this point in time with Piranha. Again, they are very much players where everything will go well or everything will go wrong, and right now everything is going well. They are making sure that they are driving the track as they need to. I think that situation in particular as well, Husam Piranha, all they needed to do was just drive. Don't worry too much. Don't need to find yourself in a position where you need to risk. All pressure was on Levon in that situation, and it did seem like it kind of got to him in that part. And for this one, it's going to be more of the same. Neon currently lagging behind by about 0.8 of a second, and while there is still a potential to overtake based on any and all mistakes from Piranha or Huso, it doesn't look like they want to give that away just yet.
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree. One thing that I don't think people ever really think about or talk about is also the player comms. I know sometimes, depending on the reaction or the way teammates are talking to each other, could really affect how the game is going as well. There was many times where I've heard teammates where you had one teammate that was just constantly being negative every time they made a mistake, and it put a lot of pressure onto the other teammates. Close one there. So it's just very curious how the comms are going to be affecting Pig, but Piranha and Huso seem to be having some good comms, as I believe that's Piranha who just was able to hold his lead at the last millisecond.
Yeah, essential one there as well, as at this point in time, everything the Molotov crew needs is one player in P2. That is all. That is everything to win map number 1. Huso is going to be the last one out of the wall ride, and Piranha is going to have it to fight for a position into top 2. Neon and Levon currently side by side making a way through, but Neon has been having some issues on this sector in particular. Let's see if this time around he's able to make his way through unscathed, and thus far gets his way around onto the grass, doesn't hit the pole, and is alive, is ready to tackle the second half here of the track. But Piranha, he's lurking, fitting to his name, ready to chomp at any opportunity to get into P2.
I am loving the concentration out of the Pig players right now. Both of them have been side by side. Lines change up a tiny bit between the two players, but then they end up matching each other right away. But they know they need to not allow Piranha to get in there. Neon went really low there and scared me. But that was the ace that Pig was looking for. They're going to need to do that one more time to tie up this map. And you know, it's been a little shaky for them. Piranha ends up making the first mistake. So now, Piranha last time had to try and fight his way into P2. It's going to be Huso now who's going to try to fight their way into P2. But unfortunately, 0.16 behind. And in reality, in these maps, that is a big deal.
That is very much so. I mean, it's again putting the onus on Molotov Gaming for this round after building up a nice lead. It could diminish after 2 rounds of just slight errors, and at the same time, it's Pig who are driving phenomenally, right? Just driving consistently as much as they need to. Huso, though, won't let up. Still setting up the chase, still looking for any and all positions to overtake, but the gap isn't shrinking, honestly. It's still the same. Levon, though, loses a little bit of track of his teammate in Neon. Everybody makes their way through the chicane beautifully, though. It's very easy to lose some speed right there. But on the down arrow, Huso is setting up for the overtake, and Levon with a crash. That is all it takes. That's all it needs. Huso needs to realize the situation. Doesn't need to go for the risky. Will still go for it, but hey, he makes it happen. So who am I to judge? And Piranha at the same time still practicing the wall ride. He's
you know what?
On it.
It's one of the things that it's okay. It's generally a call that I would say sometimes it's not a bad idea. It's like, like you're pretty much out of this round. There's no point of you even trying at this point. I mean, you could try to back up your teammate, but I think what he ended up doing was he was just practicing that while watching the times and just had to make the calls and probably said, hey, you got second, take it easy now. And went for the risky finish. Little scary with the amount of time, but I could say between the checkpoints, maybe didn't have enough time to make the call. But it was a little scary. But, you know, it's been a lot of fun so far on this first map. And I really want to say, let's have a thriller of the next map on Thriller.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play.
There you go. Don't pause, press play indeed, as we are off on our second map, a thriller of a ride coming up once again between Pig and Molotov Gaming. Pig coming out of loss from their first match. Molotov Gaming playing their first of the day, and thus far, Molotov Gaming can already be happy that they know they're not ending some match in 0-5, right? That, if there was ever a concern of like, man, are we cracked enough? Are we feeling good enough? It is still your first match. It's still the first time getting into it. You know, you have that 1 point in. You know, you have what it takes to compete. And right now, everybody making their way through the 360 is looking quite even Stevens. Let's see how the no break sector goes.
Very close through all 4 players so far. Has been a little scary as players have been hopping and bouncing around on these ramps, but ends up working out for all 4 players. Ooh, and then we get a touch from, I believe, Huso. Yeah, Huso ends up falling behind. Levon having a bit of a shaky penalty grass moment, so that it's allowing Piranha to push up into P2. Do any of the players clip? No, Piranha has to go on the inside. He does, and that's going to at least slow down the start of the bleed. And Pig will be taking a victory, starting this map with 2-1.
2-1, Pig with that. I mean, I believe their first time as well being in the lead. Now, it's only been 1 map, so doesn't necessarily say a lot. But it does prove that Pig is still there to play, still there to get ready. A bit of an unfortunate slowdown there from Levon. Honestly, they were looking phenomenally throughout that round up until that penalty grass sector, as Molotov didn't really have, you know, the best of brakes off sections. Once again, setting up for the 360. Players making their way around. Neon with a bit of a crash. Level with a bit of a crash. You know, 1 bit plus another bit makes a whole lot of bits, and it's Huso and Piranha right now in first and second. A bit of a landslide lead, but I think the main concern right now is still to survive the track. Thriller is one that, despite having that lead, you cannot take it easy. You cannot just slow down. There's a lot of sectors that require you to be at a competitive pace, I will call it that, to keep the momentum going. And I mean, right now they've survived each and every one of these parts. The last jump looking good as well. Huso goes from the right, Piranha from the left, and it's going to be an ace for Molotov Gaming on round number 2.
You know, I think it's kind of funny how you got stumbled up on the no brakes, the no engine, and then I think you ended up just getting the game confused. And Pig ended up getting no steering in the middle of the spin. Both players just could not finish their rotation, and that ended up clamping onto the wall on the side of their car. And now I really want to see how Pig is going to be able to bounce back on this one. It's just been such a back and forth moment within each round, right? Like we're starting to see kind of the dominating team. I kind of want to say, right? Like not 100%, but it's just one of those moments where every time you think Pig is about to do something, they end up having a problem, which is ironic because last match when they were versing Big Selecta, they won against Big's Academy team 10-4. They dominated at the beginning. They got 2 aces, and then they just draw through the rest of it. And now they're struggling against Molotov Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how momentum can shift and all of that. Oh, the fight between Huso and Neon, very close between the two. Huso has to go to the right, though. Didn't have the speed. Neon, because of that, will have the advantage, does Cross. But draw is a draw, and Molotov Gaming still keeps the lead, 2 points in their favor. And it's Molotov definitely doing what they need to do. Pace-wise, they're looking great. The 360 has been looking phenomenal as well. And it's really been one time on the looking a bit bad on the no-break sector, right? That first round. But outside of that, they have been doing a great job. And Level on Neon, actually, their 360, not as clean just yet. So far out of the 3 we've done, 2 have not gone too well for them. We'll set up for another one right here, right now. Neon coming out a bit slow from the wall right sector. Levon does survive, makes his way through. Unable to beat Piranha, though. Will still be a fight for first. But Levon, unable to control the speed. And just like that, another situation where an ace is looming, is lurking. You thought there was another ace in the deck. Well, guess what? Molotov found one.
Yeah, the pressure feels like it's starting to kick in on Pig. Maybe they came into this match a little too cocky. They felt like they won their first, like they won this map easily last match, and now it's starting to bite them in the butt as Levon was able to get the snipe against Piranha. So instead of an ace, it's gonna be 7-4. Pretty good for Pig, as that does set them up to be an ace difference away. Could tie this one up, but again, as you mentioned, in the 360, we've never had a clean round where both Pig players get out of the 360 unscathed.
Yeah, and that very much hurts their opportunities to do big damage on this track. I mean, Molotov Gaming, it sure wasn't an ace, but a victory is still a net positive at the end of the day. You're still making sure you get 1 point ahead of your opponents. Levon with an unfortunate touch right there, setting up right before the wall right, does mean that Neon is left to his own devices to make sure that the damage is mitigated. And he makes his way through. He gets into first place, and right now he needs to defend his teammate.
Wow, and a really good outside dirt there. That's going to give him so much speed going up that hill. But Piranha, Neon,
the worst
ends up clipping just such a little bit on the edge there.
Yeah,
and
that's a respawn.
It's a respawn. You don't have a lot of speed at all. I mean, at this point, we are looking to close out map 2 as long as Molotov can get both their players into the finish line, which looks like they're both lining up from the left side, straight on in. Beautifully done by Huso and Piranha. And that's going to be 2-0 now in the series.
Yeah, I will say a bit of a surprise, honestly. Expected a bit more resistance there from Pig, but like round 1 was the only round where they were looking at their strongest, right? Where they showed off what it is that they are able to do on a map like Driller. But from that point on, it just, every single time, it barely didn't click. It barely didn't come into place. And yeah, it led to a bit of a devastating ending to our second map there.
Yeah, no, I would agree. So now it's coming down to Pig. Will they be able to spin this around and really bring back the pace that they need? Because we are going to be moving on to Orbit.
Echo of the night, we find solace, we find light in the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo,
I hope that drum and bass got you hyped up, because it definitely got me hyped up. We are looking for Pig to bounce back as they are currently down 2-0 in the series. Again, we are playing all 5 maps. It is not a best of 5, but it will affect your league points moving forward. And of course, it's only the first 2 weeks, but we would love to see these teams set themselves up nicely, as unfortunately, Levon set himself up for a pole, and then we saw another mistake coming out from Piranha, so that's going to allow Levon to maybe fight his way back up. No, Piranha actually had a pretty good bounce back, so Piranha is right there next to his teammate Neon now with a really good lead. I mean, I'm not surprised. Neon has been looking pretty good on the maps that we've already been seeing for quite some time. You know, we had 2 maps that they had to learn in a week. So Neon looking a lot more comfortable now, and hopefully we'll make it all the way to the finish.
Yeah, I mean, right now he knows he has a big lead. He should be aware of the situation, and thus far is doing everything that he needs to do to get across the finish line, gets into first place. Piranha does slow down a little bit, but gets his way into the save, readjust just in time. Will make it 1-1. But yeah, thus far, I mean, Pig unable to get themselves on the board in terms of track wins. Molotov Gaming, though, being true to their name, being lit on fire, and I mean, looking to make a splash of sorts, if you will, in their first match. Already 2 points secured. Now looking for their third. I mean, 1-1. I think that is a-okay. They had a bit of a rough round right there. Unfortunately for them, you know, Levon just making a bigger mistake meant that they were able to avoid such mistakes. And right now, though, nobody making those mistakes. Nobody coming with any and all errors going through the no engine sector. And so it's still even Steven, though. Levon starting to fall behind just a tiny little bit.
He is falling a little bit behind, but Huso and Piranha are not letting Neon get away this time. They are currently right behind and potentially looking at another draw. Will any of these players look to make a really hard push here? Nicely done through the orbit section. And Piranha and Huso having a good exit speed to stay right behind Neon. If Neon makes any mistakes, he's able to hold it. Oh, and I think Huso ends up sniping the wrong player, and it's a great round out of all 4 players. Even though Levon fell a little bit behind, he was right there. If any mistake came out of Neon or out of Piranha or Huso, that would have been a victory for Pig. But instead, we are here with an ace again. Oh my God, I'm getting tired here. We are here with a draw as one of these teams are looking for an ace. I'm so ahead of my own speech right now. I'm sorry, folks. It is. I've been up since 7 a.m. It's only 11:30 my time. It's hard to talk this early.
The words can be hard indeed. I mean, I already struggled with 2 words myself, and right now it is actually Huso struggling with the current situation. Had an early touch onto the wall in 4th place, hoping for any and all mistakes on Neon 11 side. But I will say, on a track like Orbit, mistakes don't come too often. The Orbit sector, though, may prove to be beneficial. Everybody sets up to turn around and are alive to get through, actually. So it's going to come down to that final drift. Let's see how the risk goes. Piranha has the lead, tries to get the risk, has the exit speed, just a tiny bit ahead of Levon and Neon. And with that, we'll make it another draw, another painting for the wall. And it's 3 rounds in, and it's still everything to play for.
Boney, how much do you think Nua's losing his mind right now?
Oh, he is out of there, honestly. My God. I bet you at this point he lost his mind so much, he's just walking outside like a lunatic, right? Surely.
Oh, my goodness. And losing their mind is Huso tagging the side of that little donut or whatever the heck you want to call that circle. Neon is going to make a mistake. That's going to allow Huso back into the fight, as Huso is going to be fighting into P3. Piranha up in front, P1 right now. Levon is going to try to fight to maybe go for another draw, but it's going to be really tough for him because Piranha with a 0.2 lead. And this is one of those maps that they've been around for quite some time. We're on our 4th week of practicing and playing these maps. So Piranha doing a good job, playing it a little bit safe, but still holding a decent lead, not losing too much of the gap. But it's going to come down to this exit here. Levon ends up having to release a little bit. He was going too straight to the wall. No clips coming out of anyone, and line this one up. Piranha going a little too close to the lightsaber, but it works out, and that's going to finally break the draw curse. Molotov will take the lead.
Took us 4 rounds to get to any sort of difference between the 2 teams, and Molotov Gaming does manage to eke out that singular lead. Could be draws from here on out, but Huso with a slowdown once again. I don't know what's been happening to him these last couple of rounds. It's been slight touches, slight errors at the start, and the rest of the rounds pretty much going well. But actually, Levon and Neon both slowing down as well. Huso all of a sudden being given a chance of life, just, you know, being reached down, and it's still kind of hard for him to overtake, right? It's still going to be quite hard for him to get into it, but it's going to come down to minute details, minute mistakes, right? Slight oversteers, any way, shape, or form. We'll see, though, how things will go. As for the time being, though, it is looking like another draw is on the board, and I think on a map like this, those are not uncommon at all.
No, not at all. I mean, it's just little mistakes that can come out. It's very rare to see major mistakes coming out of the players on this map, for sure. But with the amount of gapping that we have here right now, both of the Pig players, I wouldn't be surprised if they were going to go for a hard push. Oh my! These guys are testing hitboxes as much as they can. As I believe that was
well.
Neon. Yeah, tied. Stop it, guys. Get some help. There is a big open gap you can go for. Now, I understand it's better to go for the neon lights. No pun intended. As it can. Okay, I was starting with the puns. But either way, Molotov Gaming still in the lead right now. Every time Huso starts off a little bit shaky here, but the reality is, though, Boney, is that Pig has kind of just been giving handoffs. For now, they're not, but the first 4, 5, 6 rounds, it's been handoffs. It was just like Huso can't afford to make the mistake because someone would make a mistake on Pig's side. Finally, we're starting to see Pig wake up a little bit as Neon will take P1.
Yeah, though, at the same time, Piranha, while he has lost P1, it's only by a few hundredths of a second, and Piranha is looking to try to attack along the way. We'll see how much risk he's willing to take on this drift right here. Doesn't look like there's a big difference in terms of speed coming up to it. Neon does keep onto it, but Piranha had a bit more coming into it, but you can see the difference, right? We're talking about 8 thousandths of a second between the two. It's still going to be a draw, though. Levon making the mistake, allowing Huso in, as you mentioned. That keeps occurring, that keeps happening. But at the same time, if Huso didn't make that mistake early on, like many of these rounds already, Piranha is locked in. Straight up, locked in each and every these rounds. He's been doing phenomenally. He's been in a duel, whether it's Levon, whether it's Neon, doesn't matter to him. He's been driving great. And honestly, this map could have ended a lot earlier if, if Huso doesn't have those early mistakes. This one, though, looking a lot better, looking a lot cleaner. He is still in there, and Levon currently dueling him for that second spot as Neon has to make a little bit of a comeback, and doing so at the moment.
Yeah, I would say Huso's pace isn't the strongest on this map. Consistency-wise, when he's not making mistakes, it's looking good, but looking into the back now, as Neon was able to overtake Huso, even though Huso never really made a major mistake. It was just more of, like you were saying earlier, a little bit of a too wide turn here, a little bit of a weird, release there, and we lose Neon. Even though he did all of that to push up and get back into the fight, he still ends up bonking on the turbine and gets out of the race. So that's gonna end up giving Molotov another victory, and it is now the 7-9 rule for anyone that doesn't know. There is no extra round from here. Molotov Gaming just needs to have one player in second place. That's it, no matter what is going on. But if Pig is able to ace, the match is over. So no matter what, we are here on the final round of Orbit.
Yeah, and honestly, I think in terms of pressure as well, Huso having some issues, Piranha at the same time, though, the complete opposite, right? Constantly fighting for those top twos. He just needs to do what he's been doing each and every round, so hopefully the pressure doesn't get to him, and he accepts that, Neon and Levon, they're surrounding him, right? They're on him like flies, just not able to get away from them. He doesn't need to worry about that. All he needs to do is drive the same pace that he's been driving, and that honestly should be enough. Should be just fine right now. In second place, Levon, Neon. Again, like I mentioned, just on him, not letting him go, not letting him get away but he's not going anywhere. He is staying right where he needs to be. Gets around for that final drift, needs to get into the finish line, is in position to do so. Has a bit more speed as well than Neon, so he is dead set getting into that singular point. Neon does drive a PB. It is going to be a victory for Pig, but it's going to be the ultimate win for Molotov Gaming right there. Winning map number 3, 10-9. So close. Again, we're not done quite yet. It is not a best of 5. We keep going. Molotov Gaming will come out with that extra point in league play. So Pig, on paper, would lose their second match. And yeah, Molotov Gaming could make it 5-0. I mean, the Molotov is a light, definitely. And right now, with map number 4, ready and waiting, Marabello coming to you. Let's get ready to see if Molotov Gaming can make it 4-0.
Duck on the back foot is Pig. Will they ever be able to bounce back right now? They are currently down 3-0 in this series, and we are looking for any map win possible, as we have seen Huso ends up messing up that jump. I don't know, but he just barely survived. Again, Huso is going to be playing from the back and watching and waiting to see if anyone makes a mistake. But finally, we are starting to see Pig up in front in an ace position. Pig really needs a bounce back because currently they are down 3-0 in this one. They lost last round with 3-2, so they only have 2 official league points right now. They need a really good comeback. Otherwise, this is going to be a terrible start for a season.
Yeah, I mean, it's day 1, and to have lost 2 matches in and of itself is already a bad enough feeling, but to then also, you know, only come out of it with 2 points would be a horrible, horrible situation. Fortunately for them, Piranha does make a mistake. Neon able to slot into first. Huso on second, Level on third, so they will be able to pick the victory out of this, making it 2-1, but they haven't been able to get more than 1 point ahead of Molotov Gaming thus far. Marabello may be the place to change things up. Last time, Huso did have some issues getting into the ice, and this time around, water actually causing him a little bit of some issues as well. Yeah, the landing right there, not looking good at all. And Pig, once again, has the opportunity to make the lead even bigger.
I just want to point this one out. This is the second time since map 1 Pig has gotten an ace. They have been really struggling to get something. Molotov already has about 3 aces under their belt, so it's going to come down to whether or not both players can click in for Pig at this moment. As I say that, though, Levon makes a major mistake that throws him pretty far behind. Huso also a little bit behind, so maybe Levon will be able to bounce this one back. But Molotov Gaming would love to be able to return the second round as a victory as well. It's going to come down to Piranha at the end, who unfortunately had to do a little bit of release. Neon able to fly right through. Probably one of the easiest endings in the entire map pack. And that's going to be a draw. Pig still holding the lead 3-2.
Yeah, minor lead, but a lead nevertheless, and so we'll keep going at it. Brian and Huso not able to get the lines down fully just yet, though. Starting this one off, it's Neon first to falter. Huso with a bit of a slower landing out of it will still be in the mix, but a 2v1 for Molotov Gaming. That is good news for them for the retake the lead out of it. Levon specifically has been having issues twice on the exact same turn. That precision coming into play once again. We'll see if this time around he will be able to make this slide around with the watery plastic happen. Goes around, does stay alive. As last 2 times, he went a little bit too far inside and caused him to crash. This time, though, no such issues, but it is Huso who is completely out of it, and we are in drawn positions for the time being.
Yeah, Huso completely went too inside on the bug slide, so unfortunately wrapped his car around the light and fell really hard behind Neon, allowing up into P3, but Piranha looking to try to hold that first position. That is what a good teammate will do. You know your teammate made a mistake. You know you need to hold down the fort, and Piranha held down the fort well. Another draw, keeping Pig in the lead. Still a 1-point difference, and it is it's not comfortable knowing how many times one player on Pig has made a mistake. Molotov is actually starting to show some cracks in the walls right now, though, as each player has had a mistake each round. We haven't gotten a clean round at a Molotov yet. So, and as I say that, Piranha falls a little bit behind this time. Piranha was the one who has been kind of the spear, or I would say the point of the spear right now. So being in the back end is a little scary, I would say, for Molotov, but knowing that Piranha has really good pace, he could potentially fight his way back up into the front. Bad jump is going to force him farther back, so it's down to Huso if he can stop this ace.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hunt down for Huso right now. Levon and Neon, they are in position. They have been getting through the map unscathed thus far. And this, I mean, we have been talking about that many times already. They need to be together, right? Every single time something happens and they lose one or the other, and this time it's Levon who has an unfortunate touch on the fragile sector, and from an ace, it is looking like this is going to be a round win with Levon coming in 3rd place, Piranha on number 4. So the gap does grow 6-4, but still, it does not feel safe for Pig. They're still in the danger zone. They're still trying to get away from Molotov Gaming and put themselves in map point. And 6-4, that's just one short. Still though, Piranha and Huso, yeah, just not able to get into it. I mean, that's a good example of it as well right there. At least with the start being such a detriment to our players. This time, who was that? Was that Neon that we lost along the way? And so, yeah, the lead that they've been building up that has been going on for, well, at this point, round 6 we're in at the moment, I believe. 5, 6. It's just a bit too long. It doesn't feel like Pig has the stamina to keep matches going for this long, or at least maps specifically.
Yeah, at least together, I want to say. And thankfully, one player on Pig, whenever one player makes a mistake, the other one tends to be able to kind of stretch a little bit. You know, like every time you're going for that long marathon, you kind of get that little bit of wind that's able to push you along. And it seems that one player on Pig gets that. But it's still a little scary. I mean, this is going to be good. Levon is able to get in front. And good defense by him for sure. So it's going to be a draw and will be 7-5. Pig will finally be on track point, and they're going to be looking to try to take this one. They need to start scoring map points.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where the map just can get drawn on for a bit too long, and you're just allowing your opponents to get into a position where they could potentially overtake you, right? Where you could be in, let's say, 2 more draws in a row. You'll be in 9-7, and you still have that potential, you know, loss looming over you. Huso, though, yeah, unfortunately, again, the start, we do lose one of our players right there. Huso this time being the one to be lost, and Piranha having to be the point of that spear, having to be that anchor that Molotov Gaming has been relying on in this match thus far, is staying alive for the time being, but this situation is only positive for Pig, putting themselves in a 9-6 position if they're able to hold on to this.
It'd be even better for Pig if they can just get that ace now. Levon in 3rd place, trying to fight his way up past Piranha. Piranha just not allowing anyone in. Goes a little bit wide, though, on the bug slide. Neon still doing a good job holding that 1st place. Piranha trying to see if he can slow the bleeding down. Can't get there, so that's going to be another victory for Pig, putting them at that 9-6 score line, and it's going to be good for them as they now just need one player in second place. And if there's anything that Pig has been showing in this map, is that they can always have someone up in that top 2.
Yes, yeah. For the time being, 3 wins and everything. I mean, 3 draws, 3 wins. That is pretty good to be having as a track record for the time being. Huso barely surviving, getting his way out of there. My word, same goes for Levon as well, just staying in between the lines, taking some creative liberty right there. But Neon, seemingly unfazed, unscathed, making his way through, driving in first place, doing what the mission objective says to do, be first or second, and you, my friend, will win the map. Levon is out, and so now all pressure is on Neon. Now he needs to keep the momentum going. Has lead about 2/10. Not the best line through that there allows Huso and Piranha to start to get closer. Will he be able to hold on to it? Will he be able to stay cool under the pressure? Fragile sector coming up, making their way around from the right to the left. Turn around. Piranha tries to overtake, doesn't have to speed quite yet, and only the drift remaining. Neon needs to allow himself to stay calm, and with a crash from Huso, it may be Piranha overtaking, but with Neon in second place, that solidifies map number 4 going the way of Pig.
Oh man, Huso was just having the most insane mid-match I have seen on this map in quite some time. Huso he was far back and really started to push forward. I thought we were going to have one of the most insane, like, to the line moments. But unfortunately, Huso makes a mistake, and that's going to allow Pig to finally get their first map. And it's going to be a good thing that they can at least get 1 point, because again, it's early in the season, but you really want to use any points you can get now to set yourself up later, because you only get 7 matches. They're going to go by quick. They're going to go by faster than you think you can. And speaking of going by, let's watch all the scenery fly past our heads as we move on into Skelear Rogue.
This shit ain't going insane.
There were players ready to tackle this rogue of a map. We'll see how well our players are able to pickpocket these points into their pockets as we are off, and we already have our first of casualties occur. Huso coming out, dropped into the alleyway, shanked along the way, and it's only Piranha right now left to fight for Molotov Gaming. Neon has the lead by about 1/10 of a second, and Levon just bringing support, making sure he is there, ready and waiting. An ace is beautiful, it's great to have, but victories are consistency. You gotta expect, you gotta anticipate that your opponents, at least someone, will be in the mix, and for the time being, Piranha is doing just yet, playing spoiler to that ace. Still though, Levon in third place, Neon in first. This is good stuff for Pig, but that ending is gonna be the deciding factor, it seems, the way this one's going.
Yeah, no, it's looking really good, but we have seen this ending before, and it really comes down to whether or not Neon's going to be able to get this turn perfectly. He does, and it looks like he has enough speed, so that will be a victory and an online PB for Neon. Pig will start this match 2-1.
2-1 with a PB, at least online for that matter. And yeah, Pig, it looks like they're waking up. It looks like after the, well, I mean, 3 maps, took him 3 maps, a little bit too long, honestly. Slept in a little bit, right? Maybe the alarm clock wasn't set quite yet. But yeah, no, finally getting into it. But as I am saying that the man with the hammer is ready and waiting, snipes Levon, snipes Neon. By the wayside they go. Huso having some issues with the drift. Piranha also slowing down, so it may be that everybody is starting to kind of lose steam here.
I mean, it's been a lot of rounds this match. We have had a lot of draws. It is there's a mental and a physical, pace that you have to keep throughout these matches. And these maps really know how to get you to drain out pretty fast, both mentally and physically, maybe even emotionally. As unfortunately, Neon is going to be the farthest one back. Levon doesn't even seem like he's anywhere close to do anything. But again, this ending, it's so unpredictable. This is bringing me back to the days of Arrow Pipes of World Tour, where everything can go wrong. Oh, Levon had a moment. I think if Levon didn't make a mistake there, he would have been able to snipe him.
The gap was 1.2 seconds. I did see in chat, and I do believe, 1 second is the win that you can gain out of it. But maybe if the lineup for the safe is not as optimal versus the risky, you could make that gap, right? You make that up. You could make it a draw. Regardless, I do believe that Wheelsy and Piranha made the right call there. They made the right choice. Just do the safe and go for it, even if it's a draw. It's a-okay. The risky finish comes with so much risk that was the right play in my book. This round start, though, another messy one. It doesn't look like the players have this one down pat just yet. This is one of those, ones where there's a lot of gates to be driving through. A lot of these places where the road narrows, and you do see players falling by the wayside, showing us that they're not that familiar with the track just yet.
Yeah, and whether or not they are familiar or not, it could also be just the pressure kicks in. This is, in my opinion, this is probably in the top 2 hardest maps in the map pack, and they had a week to learn this, and now they have to do it under pressure. It's very difficult. There's a lot of small little things that are happening. So do you have enough speed? Yes, you do. Yes. But yeah, there's a lot of little things happening, and you have to do it as fast as you can while you have everyone else chasing you right down the track. So it's tricky, but Molotov Gaming with a victory again is going to be taking the lead 3-6.
Yeah, going from dealing with a loss to an ace to a victory, making the gap 3 points. 6, not quite enough to put yourself in a position where you could potentially just take the mat. But I think at the same time, the gap has been growing. They have been putting themselves in a favorable spot. Maybe Leon and Levon haven't been feeling too good about the track in and of itself. Huso sliding out there, though, will fall behind all the way. Look at that. The gap already a full second. But with the finish being what it is, very important for Piranha right there is to keep the pressure up, to put Neon and Levon in a situation where they have to go for the risky fin, lest they may put themselves into a, safe fin versus risky fin situation. Going into a draw, it's not what they want. It's not what they need. They need to catch up, and Piranha is saying, yeah, you can try to catch up now, because I'm in first.
Yeah, no, Piranha's lines in that mid part of the map, which is so clean, getting so close to every corner possible. And it's coming down to the risky finish now. Levon actually gets far to the side and gives him a lot of speed, but it doesn't matter as Piranha ends up clipping the end there, unfortunately. So that's going to be an ace for Pig and tying this match up. Neither team is on map point yet, but even a draw will just do the trick for both of them to get into map point. It's one of those things where you can allow one more ace to happen, but that's as much as you can let happen in this round. So it's going to come down to players not making mistakes, as we saw Neon will make the early mistake clipping, but it's not the worst never mind, it was pretty bad. I just switched over to him. He's pretty far back. I thought he continued playing it out, but never mind.
It's not that bad, all right? I'm just behind by about 7 seconds. Look, honestly,
it didn't update
I don't know what you guys
yet.
talking about.
Hey, man, with this map, everyone can mess up the end, and then, he's all of a sudden back in the race. You never know.
Yeah, this is true. No, I cannot disagree with that at all. It's up to Levon right now to keep the lead, though he's having some issues keeping his car lined through that sector, and Huso and Piranha immediately snap to him, go overtake him as well. Huso, though, having some issues getting through the checkpoint right there. Levon maybe able to overtake, getting ready for the risky fin once again. everybody will go for the risky fin if they want to get an ace out of it. Huso sets up, Piranha sets up. Levon has a bit more speed, maybe able to overtake at the end. He does not. Piranha, this time around, does survive the risky fin, stays in first. Huso on third, makes it a round victory for Molotov Gaming. 7-8, both teams, I should say, sorry, on track point. But it's looking a lot more positive for Molotov Gaming. They just need to keep players in position 2, and things could look good.
Oh man, that was such a nice round by Levon. Unfortunately, could not snipe it, and Huso ends up making a mistake early in this one. So now it's down to Piranha, and I gotta say, when we get to this middle part of the map where it's just all slippy and slidey, watch Piranha. If he's able to pull off the lines he has been doing, it's going to look beautiful. And it comes right after the drift. Piranha he's already up in front. Levon is going to be the one to chase behind. And this is where Piranha just starts to get a lot of speed as he goes really close to okay, never mind. Castle Course is not a thing, right? Okay, Levon and Neon are in ace position, and it's looking really good for them. I swear if these players have the stream up.
Guys, flip it. Everybody saw that.
No! The pressure got too much for Molotov Gaming. Both of them making major mistakes and falling so far behind. Dion is not caring. He's going for it.
He does it.
Oh, the BM comes out as he goes, that's fine. I got this. Oh, God. Tinfoil hats, people. You need it.
Yeah, no, you need them. And, well, it was... what a fight, honestly, here on Skelear Rogue. I mean, it really does come down to that backstab of sorts, shadow stepping from Pig onto Molotov Gaming to take the ace in the end, 10-8. And so, while it is Molotov Gaming who was able to win the first 3 maps in a row and secured a win for themselves with an additional point, it is still 2 points going the way of Pig. So, still, you know, coming out with a little bit with some scraps right there. So,
yeah, nice.
Good to see them come back into it.
I would definitely agree, and we also can tell that you played Rogue in World of Warcraft. Thank you. But that's going to be it, and unfortunately for Pig, they're only going to get 2 maps out of this one again, so they're going to be falling a little bit behind in the league, but it's up. Let's let Nua decide how we're going to figure out what's going to happen next.
Well, what a match. Definitely one of the questions I had coming into this season with this format co-pro was, you know, if a team goes down 3-0, how do they fight back? Are we just going to end up seeing a lot of 5-0 sweeps as teams lose motivation? And to a degree, there's the answer, right? Teams are fully willing to fight for those league points, get the last 2 if they can.
Yeah, I think people are very aware of how important it is to get those points. So it's not like in normal BO5s, but then you wouldn't play the next maps. But, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really interesting. People are fighting for the bitter end.
Absolutely. Boney, super close match on that one. I mean, definitely a bit of a fight back just starting a map late.
Yeah. It really, I mean, I would say there's definitely a lot of space still for both teams, honestly, to get into play, to lock in. I think from the 4 plays we've seen, Piranha, definitely the MVP of that one, just able to fight tooth and nail for each and every one of those rounds. But even then, I think there's still a lot of growth for both of them. I think Molotov Gaming picking up the 3-2. I did imagine it being that close, though I didn't expect it to start off in the way it did. It still was a slogfest, honestly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, that's it for Div 2 for the day, but that is not the end of Beacon Duo League for this Saturday. We have 1 match left to go. Heading back to Division 1, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with Shift versus Orcs GP Numawops.
Seen the light in the dark, but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. Would I surrender? 'Cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar cause I never miss. Yeah, everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living.
Welcome back to the Beacon Duo League. We are flying through our day. Only one match left, and then nearly all of the teams will have played their first 2 matches. We'll talk about it all, see what the standings look like at the end of the day. Stick around for the after show. But for now, let's get ready. We are jumping into another Div 1 match. This is Shift versus Orcs GP Numowops. And Copro, this is an exciting Orcs GP Numowops lineup.
It's so exciting. I love this duo. It's pretty unconventional in a way. I don't think you would ever see these guys duo, but I think it's gonna work out. I think Boss and Tween kind of complement each other a bit. So yeah, and Tween has been struggling a little bit in the last match, and Boss was looking really good. So yeah. We'll see.
Yeah, hopefully carrying a bit of momentum through into this one. I still love that Bozbez picture. It's kind of fantastic. But listen, the other team, they got some pictures too. They're looking good, and it is the duo for Shift, Loso and New Prime. Randomize, how you feeling about those two?
I am feeling really good about them. I mean, Loso, fantastic player. He's been around for a while. He's been showing the skills he can pull off, but I also have to give a lot of props to New Prime. New Prime has been one of those players that has just been kind of sitting in that bubble scene and ready to pop into the pro scene. We've seen him at LANs where he's been in the top 8, and last match Shift took on Big and Shift beat them 5-0, excuse me. They destroyed. So yeah, looking pretty good for Shift.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's a confidence builder heading into this one. I suppose we'll head straight into very quick predictions on this one. And Randomize, then the question is that confidence builder, is that form enough to carry Shift through another match?
I'm going to say, you know what? Someone like Tween tends to struggle on these kind of maps at like a really high pressure moment. Seen it a lot. So I'm just going to give it to Shift. They both look really good.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
The same way? Yeah.
I think New Prime is just looking so good, and getting those first places are so important. And yeah, so I think Shift is gonna take it.
I mean, as we've said before, if you come first place every round, you literally can't lose the match. So if New Prime just keeps doing that, this is looking good for Shift. We'll see you once we get into game. Copro, thank you very much. We're going to say goodbye to you for now. We'll see you after this match, and Randomize, we got to take it on into this final match of the day.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we're going to be getting into the final match of the day, and I'm looking forward to it because even though I said what I said earlier, I mean, these are 4 phenomenal players, but it really comes down to, you can't just carry your teammate in this kind of game mode. Sure, Bozbez can look to get first place over and over again, but Tween needs to be able to step up. Now, I didn't really get to see much of the last game. I'm just going off of pretty much every tournament I've casted with Tween in it. Like when it's like normal, your everyday comp style maps, a lot of pace, not too much trickiness going on, Tween will dominate the scene. But once you add something funny in there, it's I don't know, it's like he really knows how to prep for the match, but then when he gets in the match, things just go wrong. I hate to sound like a bully that I am just pushing this all onto Tween, but he's really the player I'm going to be keeping an eye on and hoping he can complement Bozbez.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We will head into our first map.
Echo of the night, we find solace, we find light in the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo of the echo. In the echo.
get things started. Send these players to space. We're heading straight on in on orbit. Shift in the purple. Orcs GP number ops with their little friend of a logo playing in the green. And we are close off the start line together. We'll see how long that lasts through this map. I'm expecting this, honestly, to be the highest standard of play that we have seen today randomized.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I mean, this is Div 1. These are some of the best of the best. And just as I said that, and exactly the person I expected it to be, unfortunately, it's Tween, and Bozbez goes flying as well. So that's going to put New Prime and Loso up in the front. Now, I want to just be very clear. I don't want to bully the guy. I love when players, you know, they just prove me wrong. That's always one of the things I really want to happen. It's just, unfortunately, when you're in the caster role, you have to be very brutal, and you have to, you know, say what you've seen. So hopefully we'll see some bounce back from this first round. It's only the first round, but it has been a long day for these players and for us as well, as Loso almost sniping his own teammate. But that's going to be an ace starting it off for Shift.
That's a pretty good start for it. I will say, obviously, Shift are coming off the back of a 5-0 win against Big. I mean, that's huge for them in the overall context of this tournament. In a Discord server, Loso got in after the match and said, I don't think I've ever played a worse match. Which, when you've just 5-0 to one of, you know, the most recognizable orgs, one of the most recognizable duos in the scene, that's huge. But what Loso added is that in the rounds where it counted, he was able to somehow pull out a win every time. And that was absolutely crushing the morale over on Big during that match. So I think maybe something to keep an eye on, right, is just when it counts, seeing if Shift can pull out the big rounds.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree. But here we go. Speaking of Shift pulling off the big rounds, we do have one of them falling behind. That will be New Prime. So now it's Loso who's going to try to play the attacking position and go against Bozbez and Tween. Both of them looking a lot better this round. And and Loso is going to make the mistake. That's going to be New Prime that's going to be jumping up into P3. But so far back, unless one of these two players make a mistake, and which I don't think is going to happen, it's going to be Orcs that are going to be an ace now, responding back from that last round.
Well, and I think the important thing here, what we really got to look at, is that I think Orcs ace faster than Shift's ace. So, listen, you know, make of that what you will. I don't think it's particularly relevant, but I've said it now. And so, obviously, we're going to analyze based on that. Not really, because, you know, once you're in that position, a little bit of breathing room to work on. That time around, Shift were closer, honestly, for the Orcs ace than Orcs were. It was big mistakes from Orcs GP Number Ops in the last round. But to get the ace back, I mean, that's the confidence. He kind of said it to a degree. I think Tween definitely a little bit of a confidence player at times as well. When things start to go wrong, they sometimes continue to go wrong. And I think the same can be true of Bozbez. Definitely very capable of getting into his own head. It doesn't always happen in competition, but immediately getting that ace back, preventing the slide from continuing and watching his New Prime slides on out of view. A little bit of a clip on the inside there. This is Orcs GP Number Ops looking to get a very strong start to the match.
Yeah, unfortunately, New Prime continuously making mistakes in the back as well. So he's going to be pretty much out of this race. Bozbez and Tween still looking pretty good in their second round, but Loso has a little bit more exit speed. Can he at least go for a victory? No, Tween just press B for boost out of nowhere. I don't know where that came from, but he went flying, ends up sniping his own teammate, and Bozbez got an online PB, and Tween still flew past him. Another ace for Orcs. It's really looking good for them. I'm happy. I mean, Tween, I don't know if he has the stream up, but he's probably telling me to shut up, and you know what? That's fine.
Understandable. Yeah, I mean, big round from Tween and Boz, 2 in a row on them, and that time around, Shift were definitely a little bit closer again. That was just good pace from Numowops. They are looking really, really good on orbit to kick things off, and some of it's coming down to the start of the map, but honestly, they're really starting to shake Shift by about the midpoint.
Ooh, try to say that 10 times fast. Whoop, yeah, there goes one now. Unfortunately, Bozbez will make a mistake early there. So now Shift is going to be shifting it into a high gear and up in first and second. Tween will be the one looking to attack. And we had lost New Prime on that drift last round, but a good drift by him, but it's starting to fall a little bit farther behind Tween is starting to sandwich himself between the two players, almost clipping his wheel, not once, not twice, but almost 3 times. Tween is pushing hard, and Tween is now up in front. New Prime is now the one chasing behind. Tween, again, is getting so close to these corners. Unfortunately, he's starting to swing around, and it's looking like a snipe. No! Loso almost snipes for the ace, but could not get around 3,000ths of a second. Tween was just able to hold on. A victory for Shift, closing the gap between the two of them. But now Orcs Numawap is in a good position. They have track point. They just need 1 ace to close this first map.
Tween holding on, such a hard push, bounced so awkwardly off that final sausage block. I was with you. I thought he'd lost it. I thought the pace was gone, but held on by 3,000ths to deny the ace, to hold on to this lead for Numawaps, and as you say, crucially, put themselves onto map point. They just need to get an ace. Easier said than done, especially with Tween, the player now falling a little bit behind at the start of this round. Boz is up on the taillights of Loso and New Prime, but they have put a little bit of air between themselves and the chasing player. Bozbez looking for a way through. Tween maybe a little bit far back to make a push like he made in the last round, but anything could still happen, especially with the orbit on the map still to go, with New Prime looking like he'd lost a little bit of speed there.
Oh, and Tween is now into the pack. Loso! Tween! We have 2 casualties in that turnaround. That's what I was expecting to happen. It's so hard to push that spin. Bozbez looking to try to snipe, but it's going to be New Prime that's going to be able to hold on to that one. Loso will follow, so it's going to be a victory for Shift. Again, closing the gap ever so much. 1 point difference. Shift is an ace away from turning this around. Orcs Numawap just need a victory. First and third will close this one out, and it's one of those things where I know for sure they can do it. We saw them do it, but then all of a sudden, both teams had a player getting a little bit of a shaky spin around, and it's just coming down to this. I mean, we can get a draw technically. Tween, again, getting so close to these. We can get a victory from Shift and tie things up, but Tween ends up falling farther behind. We are actually kind of lining up for a victory as Bozbez is currently sitting in P2, sandwiched again by the 2 Shift players and trying to find any way to push his way up, but still, New Prime starting to push away. Loso starting to catch up to Bozbez. It's going to really come down to the penalty sand part here. I've seen so many moments where these players are able to push like crazy, and it looks like it's happening as Bozbez is now battling side by side against New Prime. New Prime has a bit of a slower exit. Loso ends up crashing. Bozbez is looking to try to keep the draw happening, and that's going to slow down things. Tween actually gets up. Loso made a mistake, and that's going to be it. Orcs Numawap will take the first map.
Oh, out of nowhere, just the smallest of taps from Loso, lost about a second and a half. I mean, it's a little bit of an error. And Tween, credit, held on. I mean, the early mistake, we've seen it happen so often to so many players. They make one mistake, it snowballs into 3, 4, 5 more mistakes, and a big 3, 4, 5 second gap. Tween held on a second and a half back, and then ends up winning the round again. Well, winning the round, coming third by about a 10th and a half. That's enough to snake out the win and snake out the map as well. 1 map down. What a close map it was. We're heading on to our second map of the match.
On to the second map of Marabello, and a good start by Orcs GP Numawap. Now, the thing is, the scores have reset. Can the players also reset? This is one of those tricky maps where anything can be declared at the beginning, as we see players wobbling around from the ice into the jump and almost banging into walls, but no one ended up making a mistake. Somehow, all 4 players are able to keep good composure going on into this map. Orcs now in an ace position, but with Loso and New Prime right behind, New Prime ends up losing a little bit of that speed, still able to stay alive in the back there. So now, Tween and Bozbez pushing away, and we'll would love to continue the momentum they got from that last match. And in momentum, it looks like it is another moment where we have penalty sand and New Prime actually making an insane push, going from P3 to fighting for P1, trying to see if he can snipe. He cannot. Bozbez was able to hold down the fort, barely holding down the fort, but Orcs will be starting off with a victory.
I mean, you could see Bozbez aware of the risk there as well. Stayed pretty far left on that finish line. It's a little bit riskier. It does get you there that couple of hundredths quicker. And Boz holds on by a couple of hundredths. Clearly, what we have going on here randomized is just an awful lot of people watching The Wizard of Oz in chat to help out Boz. Tween, big mistake at the start of this round. And it is on Bozbez to try and defend this tenuous lead that Numowops have pulled out for themselves after round one.
Oh. Yeah, and we're starting to see more and more mistakes coming out. One player on each team ends up making a mistake. Oh, no. It was Bozbez that made a mistake. Excuse me. Yeah. His purple card made me think it was a shift player that made a mistake.
Confusing. Ban him.
Oh, my goodness. The colors and everything. Oh, my. But yeah, no, Tween ends up making a huge mistake at the beginning. I saw it coming. He turned around on that ice way too early. Had no exit speed for the jump. And then Bozbez, unfortunately, the player that had to clutch it up, makes a mistake as well. Almost 3 seconds behind at this point. Loso and Prime can pretty much just walk this one in and get an ace and take the lead 4-2.
Yeah, happy with that one. I mean, Academic, kept it safe around those final corners. I think the end of this track, one of the only tracks in the pack where it feels like you can actually drive it safely if you have that lead all the way to the end. Let's not even talk about what happens in Skelear Rogue if you have that lead and you're only a second and a half ahead. There's no way to safe it at that point. You're still just sending it. But this track, if the mistakes come in early, as we saw in the last round, it's going to be very difficult to rely on anything from your opponents to let you back in.
Yeah, it's a walk in the park at that point. Oh,
Prime's line was kind of weird there, a little bit funky. Got really close on the inside on the entrance, really wide on the exit, and it looked for a second like it was about to work, like he was about to pull out a big lead. Is instead wheel to wheel with Boz.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Loso ends up making an early mistake. Has to make the call, so we now know that New Prime is completely pressing P for boost and trying to get up ahead of Boz. Tween unfortunately makes a mistake in the back, actually a pretty bad mistake, so that may potentially allow Loso to have more momentum to fight his way up and fight for that one. Bozbez still just kind of trading back and forth with New Prime. Goes a little bit wide here, so New Prime is going to go more on the inside but goes wide for the bug slide. Works out really nicely for him as New Prime will fall back into P2, and it comes to New Prime. He's going more inside, but Bozbez may actually have more exit speed. No, never mind.
Oh! Boz hasn't finished. He's still not finished.
It's Tween, though. It's
Somebody
Tween.
has to finish.
It's fine, though, for Bozbez. Tween was right there to catch him and go, don't worry, buddy. We'll walk in together. Loso just could not make it back. So it's a draw, and Shift is going to continue to hold the lead, but they're only a victory's lead away.
I mean, this is what we said when Tween held on Orbit on the first map to, he was a second and a half behind after a mistake and was able to just keep there and end up getting some points out of it for the team. Boz crashed that finish line, 4 times? And unfortunately, Loso is still just too far away to actually get anything done. 7-8 seconds behind, and that can be the difference over a close match. I mean, the score now 5-3 instead of 6-3. We'll wait and see how it plays out for Shift from here. This is a much better round to start things off for them. Bozbez behind by about 4/10. Loso, New Prime sitting 1-2 and extending the lead a little bit back to Tween.
Yeah, it's a little scary when you see a player who looked like it had a really good round make a mistake at the end and then starts the next round also pretty far back with a mistake. So hopefully Boz is able to shake it off, get whatever just happened out of his head, and it looks like he is, as he is just starting to push up behind Tween's camera. But it's still not enough, as Loso and New Prime are pretty far up ahead and looking pretty clean, and that's going to be an ace. 8-3 now. Shift is looking to close this one out and get their first point.
Orcs GP Number Ops tied. They both got the same time in that round.
Oh, they did. I
Pretty
didn't
fun.
even see that.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, like credit to Bozbez who made an early mistake, you know, inaccuracy, lost a few tenths, and then drove a great round after that. Really tried to haul everyone else back in, but the end result is 3 points to Shift, 3-0 on that round, and an early mistake from New Prime. Probably not going to be an ace this time around. I'm not going to say never, but Bozbez and Tween, an ace here is almost necessary, it feels, to actually maybe give themselves a shot at this map. Touch from Loso, and this should be the round win for Tween and Boz. It should be very difficult for them to lose it from here.
Yeah, luckily this is the one map where it is relatively a walk in the park.
Yeah.
If everyone else makes a mistake, you can kind of drive this map a little bit wonky, a little bit slower, and still be fine. I mean, I know players don't sit there and practice safe lines all day. So ironically, sometimes safing is actually risky because you don't know how to drive the map slower. Unless you're someone like me who's terrible at this game, and that's the only line I know how to drive. So when someone tells me go safe, I go, sure, I'll just keep doing what I've been doing this whole time. So does Bozbez and Tween, as they are able to get an ace and start to get back on the point deficit.
That was really quick for Bozbez. Never mind whatever safe driving it is we're talking about. What a 7.48. That's a good time. Bozbez drove a really, really quick match. Really quick round on that one. Shift are still on match point, though. I mean, hey, great. We love that for Orcs GP No Ops. An ace, beautiful. There's never a bad time to get an ace. They're still not on match point. I mean, if they just lose this round here, that ace, irrelevant, frankly. It will not ever mean anything.
It does mean a little bit if we're talking about tiebreakers way down the road, but I get the point. We're trying to create that dramatic story that these players are going through. But I don't want to count it out. You never know. We might have a draw sometime, or tiebreaker or something, whatever it is.
The speed from New Prime. Listen,
I saw
that. For you or whatever randomized, but the speed from New Prime, he just overtook 2 players. That's crazy. He's cruising through this track. This is potentially an ace, or at least the round win for Shift. Bozbez drifting a little bit back from the other 3 cars. Loso in first place. Tween now pushing for the first place. Tween needs to win the round at this point. That is all that can save Orcs GP. No, but look at the purple cars. They are chasing. They are quick. Both of them are going through. It looks like Tween has lost out to New Prime. Will beat Loso, but that is not enough. Shift will take the map victory, and it is 1 map apiece after 2.
Oh man, yeah, you just, of course, right in the middle when I was talking, New Prime was like, shush, watch. This is what a real, is what a real press B for boost looks like if you're gonna bring it up. And that was insane that happened. Now I'm very curious to see how this next map is gonna be, because it is one of the new maps. And we've seen it be very shaky. So I think it's time we are going to be checking out Skelear Rogue.
This shit ain't going insane.
Last season, it was the funny yellow map. We're putting together the full McDonald's collection because now we've got a funny red map to go along with it. It's Skelear Rogue, and it's time to see how these players can tackle the ending. And, well, they're out to a decent start. Nobody has died immediately. Boz will die right there. It's up to Tween to carry the torch for Orcs GP No Ops.
Okay, I wasn't ready for that one.
The McDonald's collection.
Yeah, you really caught me off on that one. But I guess you also caught off 2 of the other players as, unfortunately for Bozbez, making a very bad mistake at the beginning. So it's all down to Tween now to try to hold down this fort and not allow Shift to get a good start here on Skelear Rogue. And Tween just wobbling around on all these slidey parts, and New Prime just pretty much took a nice straight line down those slidey parts and was in P1, but Tween was able to recover that one. And coming in to the final moment. This is the part we have seen just take lives one after another. Tween and New Prime looking pretty good. New Prime doesn't really have that much speed to do it, but Loso was right behind him. So it's going to be a draw to start this one off, and I'm not surprised playing on this map, honestly.
No, not really. But I suppose maybe the surprise comes in the fashion in which we had a draw. It was not a full fiesta ending. It was not kind of 3 players crashing and ultimately one team scrapes across the line. Between New Prime and Loso, pretty quick, pretty close between them on that one. A 1:10.7 from Tween is definitely a respectable time on the track, especially when he was just kind of had the gap a little bit. Loso will make a mistake early on this time around as we head on into the wood section. It is Tween and Boz looking to chase down New Prime, but Tween losing speed means that New Prime can start to pull this one away, and Tween's mistake actually costing a lot more time than Loso's did early on. This is looking good for Shift.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, Loso made a small mistake. Tween ends up clipping a wall and losing all the speed while he was already losing speed. So now it's going to be down to Bozbez. Bozbez had an earlier mistake last round, but looking a lot better. Still wiggling around a little bit. Oh, as I say that, oh, come on, people. Tinfoil hats as we are going into... I am strong with the curses today. Be careful around me.
Yeah, it's
for all my D&D people, natural 20s, baby.
Bozbez, yeah, he's been having a rough time of it last round as well. I think, listen, I'll take the blame for the previous round when I was speaking as Boz crashed, but the end result of it in this round, hold, is going to be an ace. Loso should have enough speed to make the finish here, and New Prime definitely did. That's an ace for Shift. Looking good to kick things off on Skelear Rogue. No issues with that final jump from either player in either of the 2 rounds. There's still time, but hey, 4 from 4 on that finish line is feeling pretty good for the team.
It's looking great for the team as they are up 3 points now. And this is definitely one of those maps where I feel like if you can start with a good early lead, you know, like any other map, it's like, oh, you know, I made a mistake. Whatever, we'll come back. This is one of those maps where it's like, no. The earlier we can get a lead and create more cushion for ourselves, the better, because this is just one of those cutthroat maps that any small mistake could ruin the entire map for you. And Bozbez now is looking to bounce back from the last round as well as Tween, as they are now fighting up into P2 and 3. Currently in a draw position. New Prime doing a good job being up in front, but this is where things start to change up. Some players' lines get a little wonky. And Bozbez, again, sliding around as much as possible. Surprisingly, still holding P2, even with as much sliding as he was doing. And New Prime ends up slowly falling behind. Bozbez is now pushing back up, and Tween is looking to follow. It's going to be a nail-biter as we get closer and closer to the end. Even Loso is right there in the fight. Here we go into the final moments. Does everyone have enough speed? Yes, they do, and that's going to be a draw for Shift, still holding the lead.
Yeah, I mean, best draw we've seen yet on Skelear Rogue. All 4 players within about half a second of each other there. Came down really to the plastic sections in the middle of the track, and also to the kind of the wood slalom that we have, the exit to the wood slalom. Definitely a little bit of a difference maker as well. These are things it's interesting to start zooming in on now, because it feels the later the competition go on, the more these are the sections that really will start to be the decider on this track as well. Heading around this right-hand turn, getting ready for that wood slalom coming up as well. Here we go, and again, you can see the exit here. It's definitely possible. Now, we've seen it on multiple rounds for players to kind of overcorrect on the final right turn, to end up getting very high on the exit there, losing a lot of speed heading down the rest of the track. Yeah, definitely. I would agree on that one. And speaking of overcorrecting, a lot of moments here as well, as some of the players sometimes end up sliding a little bit farther than they want to, and that exit off to the right can be very difficult if you are wobbling around. But New Prime is... What? Tween, what did you even touch? Did you touch the air? I didn't see anything. And somehow you just lost all your speed and unfortunately falls back there. I'm blaming the air on that one. Bozbez, though, on the inside. Also, oh my god, everyone had 3 different speeds at the end there. And it almost worked out for them, but it's going to be a draw as Bozbez almost gave up the P1 just purely off of the speed of his rotation. Oh my goodness, these rounds are getting tight. But Boz's line through that final jump as well, the turnaround on the inside, to help secure him the P1 too. Yeah. A little bit scary. Very, very close. draw, sure, why not? The overall score difference doesn't change, but keep an eye on the number on the left. Shifter creeping very close to that match point. As long as they can get a point in this round, they're in the position where an ace would win it for them. But Boz in particular looking absolutely lethal on Skelear Rogue in particular. A great start to this round as well, and this time around has Tween in support.
Yeah, no, it's looking good for Orcs Nuwap, excuse me, to bounce back on this map. It has been such a back and forth. Like, the score doesn't really tell us what has happened. If you just tuned in, you would think Shift is killing it, but no, it's just been so tight, back and forth between these players with the draws. It's just been it's been heart-wrenching, nail-biting at this point. And here we go. Speaking of nail-biting, Bozbez is sliding. Does he have the speed? No, he ends up losing it. And New Prime's going to get up there, and it's going to be another draw. Again, it doesn't matter how far ahead you are. This ending is just so grueling.
That's an unusual crash based on what we've seen on Skelear Rogue so far today as well. I mean, so often it's the rotation goes wrong and players just don't have the speed, or they crash into the first landing on the jump. Boz just ending up way too wide after already landing the jump, hitting the wall, and still kind of nearly having enough speed to make it up anyway. Got very, very close. That's unfortunate. That's definitely one of those rounds that it feels randomized that we're going to be looking back on as the what if of this match, because Orcs GP Numops had the ace so close. They've been given another bite at the apple. New Prime with the early mistake. This is a chance for Numops to right the wrongs of history.
But we've seen things change so many times. I'm sorry, I'm getting slightly distracted because my wife is trying on new shoes, walking in a circle, and I almost said, we're not on orbit yet. but either way, Loso cannot afford to get distracted as he is still trying to chase down Bozbez and Tween. They don't have that gap to go for the safe finish either. It is so tight right now. It looks a little bit wide on your screen, but trust me, when it comes to these last few moments, it's going to be the determination of everything we expect to happen. Loso closing in on Tween, and we lost both players! I just said it! No way! Both players are gone, and Bozbez could look to close this one out! He's able to beat out Tween, who took the save! Oh, wait, no, they're teammates. I forgot. I'm so confused at the end. The ending is so confusing. I need, like, a big, wide camera to see everything, because I just get thrown off on which way we're going.
I mean, you said it, though, right? Loso stayed in the round. Loso stayed close enough to deny Orcs GP Numops any chance of sending someone straight to the safe finish. Both of them then just crashed. Both of them failed the final jump, and Loso is able to take first place. I want to give credit to Loso anyway. I think there was a chance Loso was going to snipe them, even if they had landed it successfully. Loso's final 3 turns on the track and that jump, I think were about as perfect as we've seen all day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I would 100% agree. I mean, Loso has just been playing this map. Like, he's been playing it for weeks now. Loso... Yeah. On this map, looks like this was one of the first 3 maps to play on. He's just been playing so good, and it's just been blowing my mind. Oh, Tween. See, that's what I was talking about. How slow, slippery, and slidery that ending, that one particular part of the map that you won't have all the grip, and you're just going to slide out and bang. Now Bozbez has Loso on his back again. Okay, Bozbez now has New Prime on his back. So it doesn't have to worry about Loso pulling off some crazy ending. Bozbez slides a little bit. He still has the speed, though. Loso's going to go safe. Tween has to go for the big one. It's too far behind. So it's going to be another draw as Bozbez was able to hold down the fort. But now we are at 9-6. Yep. Orcs GP Numoap, excuse me, cannot afford a draw. They have to go for the ace.
I said in that first round where they didn't manage to get their ace, it was going to be the what if question. Now there's 2 rounds where they were sitting with an ace going into the final jump, and it's a big what if. That is 3 points of difference. They could be, arguably should be winning. They should maybe have won this map already, and instead they are fighting for their lives. But it's there for them, right? They have been sitting in that ace position twice. They've had the potential. This time around, New Prime and Loso are not going anywhere, and their consistency as a team on that final jump has been scary.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, this is the moment where you would just pray that they both make a mistake on the map and then just pray that you get the ending right. It's so difficult at this point. New Prime is still just blocking the front. New Prime knows he just needs second place. Both Tween and Bozbez actually just got a lead. Never mind.
Oh, no.
I don't want to say anything yet. We've seen so many endings here. New Prime looks to be good. Okay. It is just one of those maps that I cannot say like, oh, that's it. It's a clear victory. No, it just doesn't work that way on this map.
Look, Shift win the map. I want to say I'm a huge fan of what they did there. They sent Loso straight to the safe Finn, didn't even try the risky Finn, because they said, look, either both of you push and New Prime wins the map or whatever, or we send Loso to the safe Finn, and there's very, very good odds of him still getting a top 2, and that's all they needed to win out the map. So I love the call there at the end. Just a really, really nice strategy coming through from Shift at the end of Skelear Rogue. 3 maps in, and we still don't have an overall match winner. We are getting ready to head to map 4. We're going to get ready to send it on to Thriller.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play.
Going from one map to another where you have to turn around and squeeze your way through. We are here on Thriller with the infamous 360 in the middle of it. The hardest map that people have been saying this map has been for sure. We're coming into it. And now, Shift is in the lead 2-1. They were able to take all 5 maps against Big, but Orcs Numawops was able to take at least 1 map away from them. The question is, will they be able to take another one? A great turnaround from all 4 players. Between had the bit of a wider exit, went from P1 to P4. And we're seeing some mistakes on a New Prime in the back as he falls farther behind into 4th place. And Loso just trying to push up ahead. He knows his teammate made a mistake, so now it's his turn to turn this one around.
Yeah, Loso looking to hold off, fend off Boz through this final end. Boz so close to the inside there. Gonna have good speed going into the quarter pipe, landing and heading down towards finish line. Loso's held onto this lead just about. Great exit from Boz. It'll come down to the finish line, and Loso holds on by 6,000ths of a second. That is a draw, but what a draw it is.
That was one of the closest rounds I think we have seen on this map in particular. And I'm here for it. We need more of these rounds, because this map is very difficult to have at least 2 players be that close to each other on opposing teams, because we've had teams, you know, side by side together, but on opposing sides, I would love to see that again. And here we are as Bozbez, I thought, was about to hit a corner, but was able to kind of get around that one and into the 360. And we're all good. Okay, we seem to have kind of a race.
Yeah, that's all right. Loso has dropped back a little bit, but that's fine.
Yeah.
There's track left to catch up on, and this section as well is free. Or the locked speed. No brakes. It's no brakes. I remember what what the blocks are on each section of this track. Well, look, we lost track of what was going on, but Tween has managed to come away with a lead still. New Prime and Loso right there. New Prime and Boz, I should say, are right there. 2 cars in green, heading into this final jump. New Prime is fending them off for the moment and has actually managed to pull out a couple of car lengths of a gap. Very low speed from Tween, should still make the end, and does. It's a draw. Again, I completely lost the run of myself in the middle of that round randomized.
It's all good, I understand. But yeah, we're back on another draw, and you know what? I'm not surprised. This has been one of the 3 maps that these players have been practicing for quite some time. You have some of the best competition in a match together. It's bound to happen where all 4 players are just going to be constantly going back and forth on each other.
It's going to be incredibly difficult. That was a car flying off screen. Bozbez hitting a wall, flying out of sight. And New Prime and Loso, first and second. Tween looking at this turnaround. Can Tween make up a little bit of the gap? There is time to be gained and lost on this 360. Loso sliding out. Will he even survive? New Prime sits on first, and Tween did make that gap up. Loso did survive, kept the car to the wall, still sitting in a comfortable third place. But Tween is right on the back wheels of Loso and will end up popping out of the water, flying out. Loso and New Prime first and second place. The purple domination sitting in first.
That was one of the most entertaining moments I've had, switching cameras around on my end, as I saw Bozbez did the spin around the wrong way. We had one player pop up in the water. We had another player who couldn't even make it up the hill. It's just down to Loso and New Prime, who both are going safe. They just made the call. They're like, don't do anything. Just drive straight to the safe, because we have so much room, and the amount of chaos that happened in that round, I don't blame them at all.
The good old ace into double DNF by your opponent's shift. They're looking to take the match win with this map. Sitting now at 5-2. That would guarantee themselves the extra league point for this match, and a little bit of relief heading into map 5. It's still better to get the 4-1 win, but they would at least be sitting pretty on the league table after that. That is a mistake early on from Tween on this round, and we're getting to the point where Orcs GP no more ops. They've started to run out of rounds that they can reasonably make mistakes in before it becomes a serious problem.
And I was watching the back again. New Prime ends up making a mistake. He falls very far behind, and Loso is going to be the one that has to try to catch up to Bozbez. But Bozbez has created a good gap. Tween makes a small mistake again in the back as well. So Bozbez is just starting to really push away as far as he can. And we are looking at potentially... It looks like we could get a victory out of this one. And this would be really good for Orcs to be able to bounce back and close up that gap ever so more. No, not close enough.
Yeah, wasn't close enough, and honestly, yeah, the gap ended up being quite large even at the finish line there. But brave by Loso. New Prime is just parked out on track. That's aesthetic. That is, the profile shot coming in for your end of tournament interview. Looking good. So when New Prime was parked on the track, that was not a decision because he was so far behind. It does appear like New Prime may in fact have DC'd. I assume we're going to get a pause coming in shortly on the match. Any admins to confirm? Any admins able to see what's going on? Tween didn't start the round either, so I guess we're just racing out for the moment. We are going to swap over to us for the moment as we wait and see what is going on in match, and hopefully we should be able to get that one sorted and back into game quickly. But randomized, it feels like for the first time today, we can slow down. Deep breath, smell the roses.
No,
God,
for real.
it has been hectic.
It has been back and forth. I mean, beacon maps have just gotten tougher and tougher. I mean, hey, beacon admins, don't forget these people. They're humans. They're not robots. These are okay. Fine. You're not wrong. But yeah, no, apparently New Prime was actually having some lag on his end. His game was starting to jitter out a little bit, so he needed to reset his game. So he'll be back momentarily to hopefully confirm that his game is good. But Shift, still with a 6-4 lead right now. They are up one map. The real question is, Nua, if something happens to your game, does that kind of tank onto your momentum? I mean, they've had some pretty good momentum. It's kind of scary thinking of that.
Possibly. It's definitely one of those things where, as so many things in life, the answer is probably it depends. Some players are just like, yeah, whatever, man. I'll just get back in. Oh, things are working great. Off I go again. Bang out the times. Look good. I will say, I think what's been important for this Shift roster is it's definitely not a one-man show in either way. Like, New Prime has not been dragging Loso to the finish line. Loso has not just been hoping that New Prime can get a couple of good rounds in. It's very much a team effort. Honestly, from both teams in this match so far, there's no standout player on either side. I suppose the balance of that is if one player falls a little bit, if one player starts to falter, maybe there's a worry. But at the other side, it does mean that maybe either player is ready and able to kind of step up into the carry position if needed. What we're going to say on balance is actually probably New Prime is going to be fine.
Yeah, more than likely. I mean, if anything, it might have been a little bit of a break that all four players were looking for, as we have been very tight match for the most part. A lot of draws have been coming out. Unfortunately, New Prime has a bit of a wonky exit, but it's not the worst. He's still in the race, but Loso, he now has to kind of become the spear of the arrow and the point of the arrow, and try to go headstrong into this match now, as Bozbez has a pretty good lead, 0.28. Slowly closing in the gap, though, and Tween is tightening up. He knows that that Loso is closing in, so Tween knows he's got to also make the push, and he's making the push indeed as he goes way up in front, makes Bozbez play defense. Still works out for them pretty well, as that is an ace and allowing Orcs to jump up in the lead.
Yeah, Tween carrying so much speed at the end, a lot of weaving just to get that line correct. But Orcs GP no ups, not just the lead, match point at 7-6. And Randomize, I will just have to take a moment to address a comment in chat making fun of me really, asking about how game issues would affect my competitive Trackmania performance. Maybe alluding to the fact that I don't have a huge amount of strictly competitive performance. But I can tell you, I have self-knowledge, I have self-awareness. It'd be terrible. I would lose my mind at the first sign of performance issues, having played plenty of games with terrible lag because of my home internet before. It sucks and it drives me insane. I would lose my mental immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I have problems all the time because this game just does not want to work on my computer properly. So I'm quite used to having those problems. I definitely lose my mind still, no matter what. But, you know, it happens. It happens. And the worst is when it's your home rig. You know, when you're at a LAN, you can go like, oh, these computers suck, and you can put a blame on them. Nope, you're on the home rig. This is your computer, buddy. So hopefully it stays together just for a few more rounds, because we're currently on the 4th map. We have only one more map after this. So, you know, just hang in there, New Prime's computer.
Survive.
New Prime is also up in front and making it to the end. Tween will be the second one, so that will be a victory, and we're all tied up 8-8. A victory for either team can take this map.
Now you've mentioned LAN, so you've gone and done it now. I mean, listen, chat's going to start flaming you about various issues that happen. Tech issues at American LANs could never have happened. Hey, it's 8-8. This is functionally randomized. This is functionally overtime at this point. If either team wins a round, they will win the map, and it is Numowops looking to prevent Shift from winning the match overall with a map win here. And well, unfortunately for them, Shift are starting off well. This 360, we've seen so much time gained and lost on the exits here. New Prime a little bit wobbly on the exit. He has lost speed. Tween also, though, dropped back. So it's Bozbez through into second place. And again, can't stress enough, if either team just wins around here, we are done. But a draw keeps us going.
Yeah, and a draw is in the positions we are. No! As I was saying that, Tween was able to push up into P2, but Bozbez unfortunately jumps off a little bit wide and hits the wall, falls back. Tween also falls back, so it's looking like right here, right now, Shift can look to close this one out and get the ace they need, and that will be 3 map points added into their map pool. This is looking really good. 8 points overall right now in league play. I mean, could you ask for a better start? Yeah, yes, you could ask for a better start. I know, but during this competition, could you ask for a better start?
Probably not. 8 points? More than 8 points, surely, for this team at this point. Because they've gotten the
6, 7, 8.
Yeah, 10 points.
Oh,
10
right.
Points, because they've also gotten the 2 extra points for winning these matches, having just confirmed that in this match. So I knew there was something in the maths there. Shift, it is absolutely, as you say, phenomenal. I mean, they're having nearly as good a start as you could ask for. Looking to match Nemesis' performance after yesterday, where they got out to an 11 point out of 12 possible from 2 matches. We'll see how Shift can do on our final map. We are heading on into Mander to finish things out.
Watch, you slip, you phone, do this, who cares, move it, you know how we do this. You know how we do this. Hands up, shooting, you lights, shooting.
On to the final map, that is Mander. And it is one of those maps that makes you question how a car works on water that is sideways, and a I would kind of say an invisible spring thanks to that booster. They bounced them up. Fortunately, Tween will be the first one falling a little bit of a victim to that spring as he falls pretty far back, and Bozbez not doing so well either in P3, but not too far behind the Shift boys.
Yeah, not looking too bad at the moment, but this is a great start for the boys from Shift. As you say, the team in purple sitting first and second and looking pretty through this. The end of this track, though, very scary. A lot of very, very tight, very precise corners to take in a row here. And then, of course, the final jump as well. At the moment, though, Newbram and Loso in lockstep, heading through these final corners, holding the gap steady to Bozbez just behind. It's currently about 2/10, and they will head into the final couple of turns with that lead. Can they both nail the ending? And the answer is yes. Frankly, check them computer randomized. They were identical through about the entire back half of that track. Literally, were the inputs the same?
Yeah, are they running a script or something like that? Is there a specific player? And I'm not going to mention him. But I think the memes have been enough already. But we are going into the second round. And Tween, right off the bat, unfortunately makes a mistake. This is what I was talking about, where when maps get really wonky, Tween struggles with these maps. Like, these are just not his style. And unfortunately, he falls pretty far back, and it's going to force Bozbez again to try to be the one to attack this unpenetrable wall of Shift right now. The two of them, again, side by side. It's something, it's so fascinating when you see two skins that are the same and watching them drive practically perfectly together.
Yeah, and really I think goes to show as well, ours put in as teammates as practice, you know, like sharing the lines, nailing down what the game plan is for approaching it. What do you think as a team is the best approach to each section of the map? And Shift are looking like they've put the hours into Mander. They are looking for a second ace in a row. They were perfect on this finish the last time around. They were identical on the finish the last time around. It will be, well, slightly different at the end this time around, but they will get the ace for a second time in a row. Very good time from New Prime. Loso not far behind, and it is 6-0, a rapid start from Shift.
Yeah, no, I mean, compared to the rest of this entire match, where we have gotten more draws than anything else, to just coming down to this map and getting two aces back to back, it's not something you see every day, especially against some pretty top-notch names like this. But then again, Loso and New Prime also top-notch names, but Loso will be the first one to make a mistake. Tween fell behind once again, so there could be a chance, based on how the pace and the lines that Loso and New Prime have been driving, that he could potentially come back. But Tween and Bozbez look like they have cleaned up their lines, and they have figured it out now, as Bozbez is fighting for P1 and going down into the grass slide and into one of the tightest parts of the map. Bozbez opts to tap the brakes. That's going to make him a little farther back and into the jump now. This is where it gets scary. I'm seeing a lot of players clip that pole, and it looks like Bozbez is going to be the one that's going to clip something and fall behind. Thankfully, it's Tween that he falls into his arms. And a good... Ooh, Tween opts to go for the safe finish. This is like the one map that I just say, you know what, that's fine. It's barely a difference.
Absolutely, but also it did look like he was missing the safe finish briefly, and that really scared me. I thought he was about to flip the car, going for the safe in. He didn't. Shift will walk away with a draw still, though. They'll be fine with that. 7-1 is such a brutal start to come back from in this format. Shift already on map point. It's only been 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe it's only been 3 rounds compared to the rest of this match. But having some shaky exits there, as Loso went a little bit wide and ends up clipping there anyway. I was about to say Loso may be able to fight back into P2, but makes a major mistake. So now Bozbez and Tween once again chasing down a Shift player, which will be New Prime up in front. Tween starting to fall a little bit farther back. Loso trying to find his way back into the fight. But at this point, it's... Bozbez makes a mistake. I don't know where he clipped, but he did. Bozbez goes off. And
He
it
just
looks like
dove head first into
it
that hole.
really did. Wrong map. It's not orbit. There's no holes to be
You're
driving
not
around
meant to
or
dive into the hole in orbit either. That's just a mistake whatever map we're on. Do not drive into the big hole on track. Newprime clipped the wheel, but he's got reactors. He's fine. He's just going to go safe in. Tween's going to snipe. Never mind, it was not fine. Loso comes in third. Newprime comes in second. Somehow, that round turns into a draw, and there's a time and a place for the safe in, and to be fair to Newprime, had dropped a wheel off the inside of that plastic, so had lost speed. Maybe it was the right call to go for it, but somehow that was a draw.
Can we just say that was the calmest caster curse I've ever seen?
Yeah.
He's like, he's fine. He got it. Never mind. He got sniped.
No, he absolutely does not have it. Yeah, I did not realize Tween was so close. So that's a disaster.
Speaking of Tween being close, Tween is close to not completing the ice slide. He's so far back, unfortunately, for Tween, making a major mistake. So it's all down to Bozbez. And now we're back in familiar territory. We got both Newprime and Loso up in front, but Bozbez had a lot of speed in that uphill. I don't know where he got it, but he was able to kind of catch back up to both players of Shift. And as I say that, he loses all that speed. So it's looking pretty good for Shift. I'm not going to say anything else because last time you said something, another player went through the finish line first. So
I mean, hey, it's starting to look a little bit doomed for Numawops. Tween 10 seconds behind. Even if there is a mistake from one of the Shift players at this point, they probably still get third. Newprime and Loso, as long as one of them gets first, you don't want to give up a draw. They will get the ace. Normal service resumes. They get 3 aces and 2 draws for one of the quickest map wins we have seen today. Fantastic performance from these two on the final map of the match, Mander. A great match overall from Shift. 4 wins from this second match of the day. 5 wins in their first one. Shift start off week 1 looking spooky, frankly, randomized.
yeah, I mean, it's a good wake-up call for the rest of the teams. It looks like they're going to have to put in the hours if they're going to want to take on Shift, because Shift came out swinging, and they came out swinging hard. You know, it was, I don't know. I want to say I was surprised. I'm not really surprised. Shift are great players. So, like, now it's just going to come down to the end of it. Again, it's only been week 1. It's only match 1 and 2. We still have plenty of Trackmania in the Beacon Duo League coming up down the road. So
we do. It's true.
Some improvements.
Look, we've got a little bit of content to go through yet today. We're actually going to throw it very quickly to a short break, and then we're going to invite CoPro back to have a little bit of a chat with us about the rest of the day. Because there's a lot to break down. A lot of teams have won. A lot of teams, unfortunately, have also lost. It is a zero-sum game when you get down to it. So don't go anywhere. Stick around as we go through the results from week 1 of the Beacon Duo League in a little while. Yeah, sorry to deploy.
Seen the light in the dark, but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is done when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out.
Well, to quote a recent virtual video, that's it.
What a
That's the
day.
quote. What a day! That has been a long day of Trackmania. The thing is, CoPro, you're right. It's been a long day. It's technically not over yet. There are still some teams left to play matches, but we can't talk about them because they haven't played their matches yet. Let's talk about what we have seen, and let's talk about Division 2 to kick things off. This is where at least one team is yet to start their matches. The Puff Bros, of course, will be playing both of their matches, I believe, this evening, so we'll send you all on over to watch that afterwards. But looking at the table here, what first thoughts, anything jump out to you? I mean, 5W managing to pull out the 6 points in their second match after a kind of disappointing first match, GoPro, that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe it was just like the first match of the season nerves, maybe, and they managed to bring it back. Or I think just LGB and 5W were really close in skill-wise, so
Yeah, definitely possible. Meanwhile, you have the team that I know Randomize has been dying to talk about all day. Hey, how are Damascus Gaming looking after a 4-point match to start things off?
I'm actually currently watching their match right now, and
I knew it.
shut up. But yeah, no, their first match against LGB. I mean, LGB came in warmed up, but Damascus Gaming was able to turn it around, still be able to take at least one extra map over them. They're currently down 2-0 against Eterna, and they are up in the score. 9-5. So it's looking a little shaky for Damascus Gaming. They're kind of back and forth right now.
Yeah, and I will remind everyone, there's probably a couple of different ways that you can follow these matches. The first one, as always, just browse the Trackmania directory. You'll find a player POV here or there for a lot of the matches. Or the other way, of course, is to go over to our partners at eCircuit Mania and to follow the matches, the scores updating live as matches go on, and you'll be able to see what the action is. I do want to just touch on one last point in Division 2. As we said, Puff Bros, that team of Spammy and Pack, have not actually started any of their matches yet. CoPro, how do you think that team is going to fare as we actually get into league play proper now?
I think Pack is just so good. It's like we talked about before, getting those first places is so important. And, you know, Pack is probably top 2 in the world, so it's going to be hard for the other Div 2 teams to go against that. So I think they're going to do really well.
Yeah.
I think top half of Div 2, probably.
That's fair. It's going to be super interesting to see how it goes. They're taking on Molotov Gaming and Big Selecta today, so we'll wait and see. I know I'm going to be watching those results as well, seeing how they go as they go on. But let's talk about Div 1 as well, where technically the best players are, where all the action was happening, and where we got some really good matches today. I mean, I say that randomized. I say we got some really good matches, but then you look down the scoreboard and you see a lot of 6s, a lot of 5s. There was a lot of matches that kind of ended with those 4-1 wins, those 5-0 wins.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you may say it that way. I'm personally not surprised because the top 3 teams have definitely been putting a lot of work into these maps. I've been trying to follow along with them as much as I can when they are streaming. When they're not, I try to watch the leaderboards. They've been putting a lot of time into it. I mean, Team Nemesis is just a team I'm not surprised about with Paco and Mime. They're both just amazing players. But I have to say, if there is any team I'm generally surprised how well it's working out for them is Wheelsy's, just because we have 2 wheel players taking on the rest of the competition. And we saw them earlier today. They were playing really good. I mean, Wheelsy is definitely another one of those he's been up there, but now he's really becoming an up and coming player with some of our veterans. And to play with a veteran that is Mutta, it's got to be a lot of fun for him. And just to see how well he's been keeping up with Mutta, it's a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, chat, never say we do nothing for you. Look at that, team names plus players on each of those teams. I suppose for a lot of people, CoPro, the big surprise coming out of week 1, and look, maybe there were some extenuating circumstances, Big only getting a single map win out of 2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's the results that matter. So it's kind of fortunate they had those hiccups, I guess. But they did not do as well as I you might have hoped, I guess. But
Hmm.
I think they can bounce back in the upcoming matches for sure.
Absolutely, and you can see it there. The cutoff line is below 6th place. The top 6 teams will go to playoffs at the end of league play from Division 1. The top 2 seeds, that is 1st and 2nd place, currently, after 2 matches played, occupied by Shift and Nemesis, will head straight into the upper bracket. Everyone else starts in the lower bracket. And of course, if you go a little bit too low, if you end up in 7th or 8th place, you will have to fight for your life at the end of the season in the promotion relegation tournament against the top 4 seeds from Division 2. So that's all an awful lot of stuff to look forward to, but it has been a very, very exciting week 1. Copro, I love to round out these streams by asking something for a hot take. So I'm going to ask, I guess, which team do you think is going to finish 8th place in Division 1 by the end of league play?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
It is, yeah.
That's mean.
And you're probably gonna have to end up upsetting someone a little bit. Like, look, it's a very
threw him
hurtful
down there,
question.
man.
Yeah, randomize. Don't get too comfortable. You're answering 7th place when he says.
Oh,
8th.
great.
I would guess Blah. I think
You're
they're
gonna guess
lose
Blah.
motivation. Yeah.
Okay, understandable. So Blah lose motivation. They drop to the bottom of the table. That's the prediction from Copro. Randomize. Who joins them in the relegation tournament?
You're not helping me, GoPro, because that was going to be my 7th place. So now I have to.
Well,
So now I got
8th place then.
Oh man, it's kind of a bounce back and forth. I mean, it could be either Galactic Baguettes or Thrive and Ozerve. Unfortunately, I love Nico. I love them. I just think this competition's going to be a little tough for them, but we haven't even seen them play yet. So they could just literally shut me up right here, right now, and just say, no, Big will be the one in 7th place. So we don't know.
I mean, Neko did beat, I think, Melio in that Insalan. So
True.
they definitely have.
I suppose the takeaway then from this question, and you can disagree with me if you want, is that actually all of the players in Div 1 are really good, and it's quite hard to predict who will have a good tournament.
Yes.
Okay, understandable. Hey, I think we've managed to assuage any hurt feelings with that line as well. Thank you so much to both of you for joining me on broadcast today. Copro in particular, thank you very much for being our analyst today.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a pleasure. Randomize, you don't get any escape. We'll see you back next week, and we will, of course, see all of you viewing back next week as well. Beacon Duo League continues next Saturday. You'll have Copro in the chat. He'll be able to answer any questions about what it's like being on this side of the camera. But for now, thank you so much for watching. We're going to wrap things up here, and we're probably going to send you on over to watch some of the remaining matches for today over on Packstream. See you very soon.